Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Mood. Mood. Total mood. Hi Chewy, hi Junior. How are you guys? That late night stream took its toll on me. But it was fun though. It was fun though. Was waiting for how long it would take for a mod to show up. Chewy is usually here sometimes. He just doesn't say anything. He's like a sneaky mod. He's like a ninja mod. That's what he is. Yeah, at work because he's an adult who works during the day. What you stirring? I'm stirring my coffee. This is my coffee. It's a brown sugar cinnamon coffee. Yeah. It's very good. Very awakening. Very awake juicy. Sounds like it needs more banana. Oh god. Banana. That is a wake up banana. I've been awake for a few hours. I'm just still tired. Because collabs are draining.
Drink water, you dehydrated.
You know what? I do have water. Midori, hello. Hello, Midori. Hiyo. Yeah, I was saying collabs are draining. They're fun, but they drain my energy. Hello. There's so much going on. Oh my gosh. And Karma, once you get him going, he doesn't stop. How are you, Midori? Long time no see. It's nice of you to leave me the occasional pop-in. Bros like a bullet, yeah. you can't stop that one. No. Not even an armor, he's armor piercing, okay. Once you get him going, he just keeps going. Especially if you get him started on like unions and politics. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. It'll go. Energy crit percentage. Finally settled into my new place. I'm on school break. Oh, that's nice. Is your new place nice? Is it cozy? Or does it just get the job done? All my stuff will remain in boxes for the foreseeable future. So much cheaper. Yeah, we love cheap, but not so cheap that the quality suffers though. Okay. Same size as my old house, but the rent is halved. Ooh, you're so pumped to move. I'm sure you are. It's nice to have your own space. Can't relate. Not right now, at least. It's right next to a supermarket and a McDonald's. Ah, supermarché and a McDo. Ah, Mickey D's. Yeah, Mickey D's. McDo. What's your go-to McDonald's order, Mono? Is it next to a strip club though? Next door, right next door to a strip club. Wow, that's where Chewy's priority is at. Of course, you mentioned McDonald's being like right across the street. I need to know what your go-to order is. Clearly, that's a plus if you mention it, you know? I don't really get much from McDonald's since I can cook. See, that's good. That's nice. That's good. It's very fattening anyway. Who needs that McDonald's MSG? When you can have natural home cooked MSG. Hold on. Minecraft movie meal. Minecraft Happy Meal. Oh, Nuggies. Yeah, Nuggies. The Sprite, though, I don't drink Sprite. Sprite's my mom's thing. And didn't they, like, isn't it not Sprite anymore? Isn't it, like, Starry or something like that? For the past 25 years, you've been eating it. If you don't, we don't fuck with you. I'm gonna be totally honest here. I don't go out of my way for McDonald's. Like, even if it's, like, if McDonald's is right across from a Wendy's, I'm going to the Wendy's. Like, if my options are McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's, I'm going to Wendy's. Who wants a $9 burger that uses a 2-ounce patty? You heard Wendy's doesn't matter. No, I like Wendy's. I like a Wendy's chicken sandwich. Man, I used to get the Asiago cheese all the time, but I don't really eat fast food anymore, so Asiago cheese chicken sandwich. Sounds French. No, thank you. So what do you call your fries? You just call them fries. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. Do they call them chips in Australia? Do they call them chips in Australia too? Fries. We're not having this discussion. Low-key kind of a bully. It's Italian, yeah. Bully? Who? Me. Low-key though, like super low-key though. Like not really, but kinda. Ah! I said I don't believe you. Power bottom bully, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Not really, but kinda. Make up your mind? No, I can't make up my mind. That's the whole thing. I can't make up my mind. That's why I'm a bully, but not really, because I'm like, no, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. It's not real. I'm just joking. I swear. They're potatoes. 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 I like potatoes. Yeah. Chips. Fries. Shrimple. Shrimple? What is shrimple? What's shrimple? Chips, fries, baked potato. Oh, scalloped potatoes. Actually, wait. Okay, chewy. Is there a difference between scalloped potatoes and potatoes au gratin? Are they the same thing, but one's name is just fancier and more correct? You think one has more cheese? Stop, I'm gonna barf. You don't like potatoes au gratin? But pretty much the same? Okay. No, it just sounds French. Alright, so if serving potatoes au gratin to Junior, you must just call them scalloped potatoes. But they made Expedition 33, so they get a pass for now. So, but what do you think of patois and, or like a Creole? What do you mean? Like, because Creole is like a version of French. The Louisiana version, right? So, you'd rather eat the plate? Not even if you change the name to scalloped potatoes. No, like it's just a style of cooking the potatoes with like cheese and I think there's heavy cream in there, and then you like slice the potatoes into like not chip thin slices, but like you just slice the potatoes instead of they're potatoes. How many you can boil him, mash him, stick him in a stew, fry him up? What do you mean? Potato soup. Like a creamy potato soup where you mash and blend them, right? With the other ingredients? What do you mean? Boiled potatoes are what you feed to Russian prisoners. You boil potatoes and then mash them. Baked potatoes. Samwise Gamgee would be ashamed of you, Juner. Raw? Who would eat raw potatoes? You can't eat raw potatoes. Potato mochi. Potato, oh yeah. You can like stuff them with cheese and then bake them or fry them. Ooh, I like you stuff it with cheese after you, and then put it into like a shape, bread it, and then fry it. Yeah, that's good, nice, crispy, cheesy potato. Stuffing? FNAF? I'll stuff you into a suit. Which one? If you were gonna be a Five Nights at Freddy's character, which suit would you want to be stuffed into? Foxy, Chica. Okay. I see you. Junior, of course, wants the unhinged pirate. All right. Chewy just wants food. FNAF 2 jump scare like that one guy in the courtroom after being sentenced. Oh. The when the judge got annihilated. Mm. I hate those noises. They're like mechanical screams, like. But it's like oh, bro yeeted himself over the desk. Bro, I have a headache from staying up late last night, and then like I fell asleep on the couch watching TV to help me go to sleep, to help me feel sleepy. And then I woke up at like 4 or 5 in the morning or something to my cat trying to wake me up. So I turned the TV off and went to lay down after giving her a little bit of food. Damn, you were really going through it. Artie did nothing wrong. Free my girl. She doesn't get punished. You can't punish a cat. They don't learn. She's just... Yeah, she just wakes me up when she's hungry. You'll pay for bail? $50. Guys, starting next week, I'm going to be gearing probably more towards tips since they're more like immediately accessible to me. So, you know how I do 10 subs equals a scary game, which the equivalent of 10 subs in tips will also equal a scary game. So that's like what? Each sub is like what, $5? Yeah, so $50 is a scary game. US. 50 US. I will still keep like it'll be both. So anytime I get 10 subs, scary game. If I get up to $50, scary game. So I'll be counting both of them together. $76 Australian. Also, if you guys don't pay attention to my schedule updates in the Discord, I posted them, I think last night before I went to bed. The updates for this week. This week's collabs are all listed on the new stream schedule for the week. I know most people don't read that shit, so I'm gonna read it for you. Tomorrow, we have a collab with iPeco. We're gonna be doing a Hear Me Out cake, and we all know it's gonna be super chaotic. But we can't do a VTube Studio collab because of our models. So we either have to find a way around that or just go back to using another model. Banana. Yeah, so I might have to go back to the other little big head model just for tomorrow, so we can do that collab properly, unless we can figure out a way around the VTube Studio thing, because our models are the files are too big. There's no collab on Wednesday. Thursday is my big birthday stream. We're gonna play Repo on Thursday. And then on Friday, I'm collabing with iPeco again and Energinx. We're gonna play at Doki Doki Literature Club. And on Saturday, I have a collab with Shiro Nailo. We're gonna play golf with your friends together, and I will be interviewing all my friends this week. So yesterday was just practice interviewing Karma. Tomorrow I will interview iPeco. On Friday I'll interview Energinx, and then on Saturday I will interview Shiro. I have so many interview questions prepared. We might not use them all on everyone. We'll probably like mix and match. I have so many questions, and I'm probably gonna just mix and match with the different friends. Which one am I excited for? I'm excited for the Hear Me Out cake tomorrow. That's gonna be great. Can chat pick one? No, it's so iPeco has like 20, right? And it took me like a week to find 20 to be able to match hers. Yeah, she has like 20, so I had to like really go through my memory bank and try to get also 20. She's got a she's also including ones that she liked from her childhood, so she's gonna have to say disclaimers a lot. But yeah, it took a while. It took a while for me to catch up to her on that. So hopefully she didn't find more to add to her cake, because I cannot. I really cannot. Bingus VTuber? Huh? Is that what you're gonna be? A naked cat VTuber? I could see it. I can see it. Hold on. I forgot that since yesterday, and I've been trying to remember what it was. Ha! Bingus. Bungus. Bingus Bon. Bungus Khan. That's your name now, Bungus Khan. Junior, what would your VTuber name be if you were a Quokka VTuber? Or would you be a marsupial VTuber? Cubert the Quokka. That's pretty cute. Cubert the Quokka. Cute but unhinged Quokka VTuber. Your name is Cubert Quokkanut. Don't stare at you like that. What, like this? Cubert Quokkanut. I'll be here all week. Ha ha ha. literally, I will be. And then next week I'll be dropping down to 2 streams a week, only on Fridays and Saturdays at 1 p.m., but they're gonna be 2 long streams. 2 weeks straight of streaming every day really takes a toll on you. Hubert Quackanut the First. Hubert Quackanut Esquire the First. No, Sir Hubert Quackanut Esquire the First. Ah. Sent on a voyage from Rottnest Island to explore the mainland. The manland? Or the mainland? Manland. Yeah, I think Sir Hubert. The mainland. Manland also works. Funny Humanland. Humans. I could see you being a successful VTuber, Junior. I think you've got the personality for it. You just maybe don't get yourself canceled by accident. The fairy left when I finished my research. What do you mean? So I'm streaming to raise funds to get back. There you go. Wonderful lore. Very good. You have to come up with like a little background story for your character, since he is like researching. Why was he chosen specifically to go to the funny human lands to research the humans? It's got to be a reason, right? It's a very nice, relaxing day, yes. Oh, so annoying they sent me off. Maybe they're the reason why you can't get a fairy back, is because they just recalled it and were like, hey, leave him there. Don't let him come back. You have to bribe the ferryman to take you back home. Yeah, I woke up at like 8:30-ish, I think, and had to let the Terminex dude in. Just, you know, for like a regular inspection, and everything's good. No pests in sight, no sign of pests, no like chewing or anything, so everything's good. And then I didn't go back to sleep. So, you know, normal. I'm usually kind of eepy and ready for a nap around this time of day, but I'm not gonna take one. Reminds me of Charon from Greek myth, gotta die with a coin in your pocket for the boatman. Is it that you have to die with a coin in your pocket? You've gotta get, like, when they funeralize you, they leave the coins on your eyes, right? For the ferryman, right? That's, like, they leave the coins on your eyes. Or is that like a specific cultural thing for that one? And I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's when you get funeralized, they leave the coins on your eyes. No clue, don't care. Oh, and now I'm gonna look it up later. Another ad. Another ad. It's only been 30 minutes. What is this ad frequency? Not but this quokka wants to show up in style, designs his own boat. Imagine not being subbed to Twitch TVs. Imagine not being subbed to twitch.tv/Cineful. I have 56 subscribers. 53, not 56. 53. Hope, wishful thinking, 56. I can't make the sound with my tongue. Not a proper one. I can do the I can do the ear. That one's that's the Jason one, right? The ear. Friday the 13th. Ear. What is that? Oh, itchy clap. Itchy clap. Ad break. That game shut down. I didn't know. I haven't played it in a very long time, so I guess that makes sense. It kind of died, so there weren't really people to... No, it looks like a clap. It's just very fast. So, and I wanted to see like who it was. She's got a lot of chaotic emotes. Yeah, when people stop playing a game, you stop making money, and then you can't keep the servers up. So that's why it's a risk to have these multiplayer online games. You gotta like really have a good financial backing for that. Or like super confidence that your game is gonna be a hit for a long time, like longevity. Longevity is hard, okay? It's even like it's hard for a video game company. It's hard for artists of any form. Longevity. Musicians, which are also covered under artists. Longevity is difficult. California girls were unforgettable. Dancing with Wild Girl getting slaughtered by Jason in the background. I had a stroke reading that. Yeah, no, that game was fun. Like, just trolling around. Like, if you didn't really care about whether you were winning or losing, just having a good time. That game was pretty fun. I think my issue on games like that is usually getting into a lobby by yourself and everybody decides to bully you because you don't speak their language, right? So like if you get into a lobby and everybody speaks like Spanish and you're the only like English speaker, you're automatically the first one getting killed. Automatically. Games like that, chat, take notes, yeah. Yeah, they're just like, oh, kill the American! Kill the English speaker! Ah! That's always how it is. Gams. Death to the English. Oh, big stretch. You love this emo? I'm sure you do. You little sussy baka. I didn't know what else to say. I'm not sorry. Never say that again. I'm gonna get iPeco to say it now. Not that. I didn't know what else to say. Well, don't say that. Just say nothing next time. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I'm gonna get iPeco to say it tomorrow. She said much worse. I know, I've heard her say much worse. She said something about twisting nips and fucking their wives in like the ass or something. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she's so unhinged. She's so unhinged. The cousin incident. Oh, hi, also hi, Jabro. Jabro Smith. What else? I don't. She's man. She says so much unhinged shit. Okay. Gerbil Smith. In the what? She did what? No, not she. Wait, is that where that came from? The what? What? They're giving birth in the VC? What? The pinch and punch incident? What? How many incidents? Wait, how many incidents are there? We've got the cousin incident, the birth in the VC incident, pinch and punch. That's 3. I know there's more. There's gotta be more. Yeah, you guys are holding out on me. You're holding out on me. The what? What? Oh my god. Okay. It just gets worse and worse. Her laugh was so her laugh. The Ace Attorney incident. Okay, that doesn't sound terrible, but it probably is. I don't know what to think anymore. I just don't know what to think here. I need to get this this story ready to read. We're on chapter 2. Okay. Let me just casually prepare for our ASMR reading of The Art of Gold Digging. I'm pretty sure I called it the wrong thing in Discord, but that's okay. The Art of Gold Digging is what it's actually called. No, I did call it the right thing in Discord. Go me. Alright. Yes, I am very smart. Junior's involved in that one. Somehow. Somehow, some way, somehow. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to ASMR. I need to turn off this music and find something more relaxing, because I forgot to do that beforehand. No more yapping. You can still yap, but a little less chaos. We're in ASMR mode now. Ah, ah, I think I was using this one last time.
Choose joy. Choose your calling.
I'm pretty sure. Okay. This is what today's stream is, so it was on the schedule. Don't complain. Gotta flex the golden kappa. The golden kappa. Ooh. Which means now I also need to put on my reading glasses. Are we ready, kids? It's time to continue. The Art of Gold Digging by Love Money. We're on chapter 2. We only read chapter 1 last time just to get an initial sense of the story. Where we left off was our main character, Amy, who is an online manga slash manhwa critic, very brutal critic, has been thrusted into one of the worlds that she has made such taken such a shit on that it made a goddess very angry. So now she has to try to survive and get herself a good ending in a world where most of the characters end up dead. So she has to make people like her in order to survive and get stronger. Actually, let me see. If you guys want to read along with me, then I can do like this. Just kind of move that over there. And then move myself over here. Actually move myself over a little bit more. This way. Slopcore, here we go. All right. Amy groaned as her consciousness returned, her head throbbing with each pulse of her heart. Her cheek was smashed against something cold and hard. Concrete? No. Stone. The air reeked of mildew and something metallic that she couldn't place. Please just be a hangover, she mumbled, eyes clamped shut. Please be the worst hangover of my life, I'm begging. When she finally cracked her eyes open, reality slapped her in the face. Instead of her bedroom ceiling, a beautiful blue sky peeked between ancient-looking buildings. She was sprawled in some dirty alley with cobblestones digging into her side. Shit. Amy pushed herself up, wincing as her palms scraped against the rough ground. This isn't happening. I refuse to believe this is real. Honestly, at this point, she did believe all this was real, and denying her situation over and over again probably did not help much, but it sure made her feel better. With a defeated sigh, she stood and checked herself over, still rocking her oversized Critics Do It Better t-shirt and sweatpants. The only difference? She now had shoes on, and her phone was gone, because of course it was. With another louder sigh, Amy began walking. The alley opened onto a wider street, and she approached cautiously, one hand dragging along the grimy wall for support. When she reached the street, she froze. A bustling marketplace stretched before her, alive with colors that popped against the bright sky. Market stalls lined a winding cobblestone street, selling everything from fresh fruits to weird objects that glowed with a soft pulse. It wasn't the goods that made Amy rub her eyes in disbelief. It was the people. Humans mingled with beings that couldn't possibly exist. Tall figures with pointed ears, short-bearded folks, and people with animal-like features moved through the crowd. Smash. smash which one. Vendors called out their wares in a language that she somehow understood, despite never having heard it before. "No way," Amy whispered. "It's actually Eldoria. Also, furries?" She recognized the city from the countless illustrations she'd analyzed as Quest for Avalon's most dedicated hater. The northern capital was home to the Arcanum Academy, where the manga's protagonist studied. The place she'd torn apart in brutal reviews for its lazy world building and predictable design. As she stepped fully onto the main street, looking everywhere with curiosity, she noticed something uncomfortable. People were giving her looks, not exactly staring, but definitely noticing her. A couple passerby did double takes. "What's their deal?" she mumbled, suddenly self-conscious. There was no way all the glances were because of her clothes, right? Had that petty goddess turned her into something weird? That thought kind of scared her since it wasn't that far-fetched. She walked quickly, searching for a reflective surface, and eventually found a shop window that made her stop in her tracks. The face looking back was both hers and not. It was her face, but enhanced. She still looked like her 17-year-old self. But her normally average long brown hair and eyes were now golden. Her features seemed cleaner, her skin clearer, her eyes a bit brighter. She looked like herself with good lighting and maybe a subtle filter. The kind of look that existed in manga. She said, touching her face. "I look like a manga character." It took a lot of willpower not to laugh, not because she found it funny or was happier in any way, but because she finally gave up on trying to run away from reality. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Either I've completely lost my mind, or I'm truly a manga character now, Amy muttered, turning away from her reflection. It wasn't like she'd never fantasized about getting isekai'd like in the stories, but like, what about Wi-Fi? Video games? Instant ramen? Was she supposed to just live without all that? That's so real. That's so real. She wanted to believe this wasn't real, but the cobblestones beneath her feet felt solid enough. The evening air carried the scent of unfamiliar spices and something else that made her skin tingle. Magic, she realized. If magic had a smell, this was it. Like ozone and cinnamon. What the fuck does ozone smell like? God, I hate this. As she continued down the street, the glances continued. Most people were subtle about it. A quick look, then back to their business. Others, like some little kid who pointed at her before his mom shushed him. And a few old women who whispered amongst themselves had zero chill. Were her clothes, in addition to her face, really that noteworthy? Amy hugged her arms around herself, suddenly feeling exposed despite being fully clothed. It wasn't like she was a timid person, but like, this attention was low-key unbearable. How you not want... Because I've never sniffed the fucking ozone layer. I don't know. She approached a small fountain in what looked like a market square, hoping to collect her thoughts. The liquid inside wasn't water at all, but a silvery substance that defied gravity, flowing upward before cascading down in mesmerizing patterns. Pretty. She reached out a finger to touch it. I wouldn't do that if I were you. A voice came from beside her. Unless you enjoy surprises, not all of them pleasant. Neither do I. That was a complete lie. Yeah, no, I definitely couldn't tell. Amy snatched her hand back and turned to face the speaker, but found nobody there. Down here, the voice said, sounding annoyed. She looked down to see a small leather-bound amber book hovering at waist high, just floating there, like gravity was optional. Did you just talk to me? Amy asked, immediately feeling stupid. She glanced around nervously, suddenly aware she was standing in public talking to a literal book. The book's cover flipped open, revealing blank pages that somehow formed into a crude approximation of a face. Yes, and before you ask, you're not dreaming, hallucinating, or dead. Amy leaned in closer and whispered harshly, "Can everyone hear you talking, or am I just going to look insane?" "They can't hear me, only you can. So yes, to them, you're talking to nothing, which does make you look unbalanced." Sick. "So you're a talking book?" Amy whispered, barely moving her lips. "Wow, nothing gets past you. How did you manage to notice?" The book replied flatly, making Amy pout. "I am the manga's will, and I've been assigned to accompany you. By the crazy goddess lady who kidnapped me. The one who violated probably more than 10 human rights to teach me a lesson because I criticized and maybe shit-talked a little bit a manga online. Correct, though I wouldn't recommend calling her crazy. The goddess has many names, and she expects respect for all of them." Amy ran a hand through her newly golden hair, trying to disguise the fact that she was talking to the book. "And what about this?" She gestured vaguely at her face. "Why do I suddenly look like I walked off a magazine cover?" "That would be the manga effect." "The what?" "The manga effect. Stories have rules. You're in one now. Don't worry about it." Artemis interruption. That makes me even more worried for some inexplicable reason. The book sighed, an impressive feat for something without lungs. You're still you, just the protagonist version of you. As I said, don't worry about it. That truly is the least of your problems right now. Everything is so confusing. We should find somewhere less public to discuss your predicament. Amy crossed her arms, suddenly feeling defensive. And what exactly is my predicament? That goddess said something about readers and power, and changing the story. It made zero sense. The book sighed once again. Kind of rude, honestly. Let's find somewhere quieter first. So you can actually help me? Amy asked, trying not to sound too desperate. Within limits. Very specific limits. Of course, there's always a but, Amy muttered. The book guided her through winding streets, away from the main market. Amy tried to act normal, just casually walking with a floating book beside her, occasionally pretending to fix her hair when she needed to say something new to it. A few people gave her curious glances, but nothing dramatic. Most of the attention was instead directed towards the floating object, understandably so. So, where are we going? She whispered, after they'd been walking for a while. Somewhere relaxing. They turned down a narrow side street and came upon a small tea shop nestled between a bookbinder and an apothecary. A wooden sign hung above the door with "The Dreamer's Brew" painted in flowing script alongside a steaming cup. They entered and approached the counter. "This seems cozy and weirdly familiar," Amy said, eyeing the establishment. Back in Act 1, this is where the protagonist first meets their mentor. Amy raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I'm going to meet..." Before she could finish, an elderly woman with white hair greeted them at the counter. Her gaze stayed on the floating book for a few seconds before it returned to Amy. "Young lady," the woman said in a gentle voice, "what would you like today?" Amy blinked for a moment. "Ask for chamomile tea. Just looking for some tea. Chamomile, please," Amy managed. "That'll be 20 copper coins." The book suddenly flipped open. A small silk pouch emerged from between its pages and floated toward the woman. The woman accepted it with only slight surprise and a polite nod before turning away. Right after she left, Amy's jaw dropped. "You have money? A book with its own cash. Seriously," she whispered. The book's pages ruffled slightly. "Yes, and?" "The hell you mean, and? I'm in a fantasy world with a book that has its own bank account." "I wouldn't call it a bank account," the book replied, sounding almost offended. "It's more of a dimensional pocket containing negotiable assets." "Oh, well, when you put it that way, it sounds completely normal." Amy rolled her eyes. "What else can you do?" "Make avocado toast. File my taxes." Sarcasm noted. "And no, I cannot make food, though I do have recipes. As for taxes, it depends on which realm's tax code you're asking about." Amy stared at the book, unsure if it was being serious. The book hovered toward a nearby table, and Amy followed, taking a seat. Soon, the woman returned with a tray carrying a porcelain teapot decorated with constellations. "That sounds really pretty." "Juner! Juner! Juner! Juner!" "Juner, I need you to message me to get a plain white porcelain teapot and decorate it with constellations. I need you to message me that information. Thank you. Your tea, the woman said, setting down the tray, and some sweet cakes on the house. What a nice person, Amy thought, then said thank you with a smile. The woman bowed again to Amy, then glanced at the book. Her gaze stayed on it before leaving. When the woman had gone, Amy leaned forward. Are flying books not that weird or something? Because I haven't seen anyone freak out over you. I am most probably being mistaken for an artifact. They are not unheard of, after all, just extremely uncommon. Yeah, a tea set. I see. By the way, can you even drink tea? What do you think, Sherlock? Amy frowned. Well, I was wondering that maybe the floating sentient magical book with gravity powers and potential ties to divinity could drink tea. Just saying. Touché. And no, I can't eat it all. This is for you. Seriously? Yes. Seriously, this is actually for me. That's what I said. Well, then thank you. You might be grumpy and somewhat of an annoying book, but it's good to see that you aren't a bad object. You're welcome. Amy poured some tea, watching as it shifted from blue to purple in her cup. Weird. She took a few sips, letting the calm wash over her, and then returned her gaze towards the book. So what now? Dunno. Amy stared at the book. What? The book's pages ruffled in what seemed like a shrug. I'm here to observe you and provide limited help, not to handhold you through everything. Cool, 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 Amy muttered, taking another sip of the color-changing tea. It tasted like honey and something floral she couldn't identify. So I'm supposed to figure out everything myself. How to change the ending of a tragedy I barely remember. Yes. Amy sighed, drumming her fingers on the table. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths for a couple of seconds before opening them once again. Fine then. I suppose the first step is to enter the academy where the main plot happens. That's where all the important characters are, right? Somehow I need to get into Class S if I want to be relevant to the plot. Class S was the elite class, and not divided by year. If you were talented or unique enough, you could get in, which was convenient since the protagonist was a second year. If classes were separated by year, she wouldn't be able to interact with the main cast, even if she got into the academy. But since Class S mixed years, her main hurdle was obtaining a unique special ability. Not a terrible plan, though there is one small issue. Let me guess. I'm basically powerless. That too. But I was mostly referring to your outfit. It's a bit too meta. You need to change it. Amy looked down at her oversized t-shirt and sweatpants. Yeah, my critics do it better. Sure, it probably doesn't totally complement the medieval-inspired fantasy world. But where am I supposed to get something else? As a final favor, and I do mean final, I can provide you with something more suitable. Stand up, please. Amy hesitantly rose to her feet, glancing around to make sure no one was watching too closely. The elderly woman was busy with another customer and had her back turned. Now hold still. The book began to glow, its amber cover emitting warm light that enveloped Emily from head to toe. She felt a tingling sensation wash over her skin. In an instant, her modern clothes vanished, replaced by an ensemble that wouldn't look out of place in the fantasy world around her. A white fitted bodice, a dark ankle-length skirt, practical but stylish boots, and dark gloves on her hands. Wow, Amy breathed, running her hands over the unfamiliar fabric. This is actually really nice. No need to sound so shocked. I have excellent taste. Mid? What do you mean mid? It's actually pretty decent. He could have dressed her like a peasant. The book's pages rustled with what could only be described as pride. And remember, this is the last favor. From now on, you're on your own, mostly. Amy barely paid attention to its words. The clothes were weirdly comfortable, more than they had any right to be. After sitting down once again, she turned to the book. Thank you, Amy said, still examining her new outfit. It's... She stopped mid-sentence as the door to the tea shop opened, bringing a gust of twilight air and the distinct smell of magic, stronger now, more concentrated. Amy froze as she turned to see who had entered. I own a pair of Doc Martens. No Docs with no socks? What the fuck? Some stinky fucking feet. Amy froze as she turned to see who had entered. Even without being a hardcore hater of the manga, she would have recognized him. The dark hair falling across one eye, the Arcanum Academy emblem on his dark uniform, the sword at his belt with runes glowing faintly in the dim light, the edgy look on his face. It's him, she whispered, her voice barely audible. It's actually him. Indeed, and right on schedule, too. The book sounded almost smug. The protagonist himself, just as the filler arc is wrapping up. Filler arc? Is that why you brought me here? Amy hissed, mentally reviewing the story's timeline. If they were at the end of the filler arc, then that meant... Oh crap. Yep. Today's the last day to register at the academy and the beginning of classes for second years, within 2 hours specifically. Your chance to join the story just walked through the door. And you're telling me this now? How am I supposed to get powers in 2 hours? She kept her voice down but wanted to scream. Calm down, girlie. It's not that serious. The next chapter starts in a little under 2 hours. Plus, time flows differently between worlds, so if you can convince people you have powers in this chapter, and if your ability seems unique enough, you should easily get into Class S. The young man, Crow, the protagonist for Quest of Avalon, moved with the quiet confidence of someone who'd already faced and prevailed over serious danger. His dark eyes scanned the tea shop before he settled on a table in the corner. This was her chance, her first real opportunity to insert herself into the story, to begin the impossible task the goddess had set before her. Well, the book prompted. What are you waiting for? The hell do I do? She whispered urgently. I can't just walk up and tell him my situation. That would indeed be ill-advised, the book agreed. You need to consider what character type you want to be before approaching. First impressions are key in stories like this. Amy bit her lip, thinking fast. What role would give her the best chance to change things? Childhood friend. Too late for that. Mysterious transfer student with secret knowledge. Maybe, but risky. Rival? Hell no, people would hate her. Mentor? She would make a fool of herself. Comic relief? I suggest you start by making your introduction somehow, before your opportunity walks out that door. Amy took a little more time before deciding. She had no time to prepare a good cover without plot holes, so the mysterious persona had to do. As to how she would introduce herself, there was still something only she could take advantage of. Knowledge of the future. If she managed to fool the audience into thinking she was a seer, she would be able to get into Class S rather easily. After all, seers were extremely uncommon. If her memory served her correctly, which honestly was a dangerous gamble to take. She took a deep breath and straightened her new clothes, ran a hand through her golden hair, and then took her first real step into the story she had once sworn to shit on for the rest of her life. Would you ever do that, Junior? Just like pick a story that you don't really enjoy and then just decide to shit on it every time a new chapter is released? All for the sake of views and monetary gain. I shit on you every stream. Yeah, but you also pay me to shit on me, so... Get attention. Yeah, but what if you pissed off the goddess of that world and she just like decided to yeet you into the story? My cat's sitting, like sleeping on the floor right next to me. She looks so comfortable. I wish I could sleep that comfortably. Alright, brief intermission. I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we'll continue with chapter 3. Okay, so, staring contest. Let's see, what did I miss? Cats be like, what a nice 14-hour nap. My owner is home. I'm fed. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Lay my fat ass on the floor and take another nap. They're super cute. Who knew we could tame animals into becoming our friends? Help, I'm being bullied. Ref, do something, ref. Defend yourself, Jibro. Talk shit about Australia. Defend yourself. Tell him Vegemite sucks. Tell him. Nah, he knows his place. I will bring up Donald Trump. Low blow, low blow, low blow. Foul, political interference. You literally had Vegemite this morning. I said Jabra should say that Vegemite sucks. Okay? It's not my national food item. Vegemite is specifically Australian. Alright, continuing chapter 3. Amy took a deep breath, straightening her posture as she abandoned her comfortable seat at the tea shop. Well, here goes nothing. She approached Crow's table with measured steps, trying to project confidence she absolutely did not feel. His body slightly tensed up as he noticed her presence, and he made that trademark suspicious glare she'd criticized as comically edgy in at least 3 different blog posts. It felt weird describing him that way, since now he wasn't any different from a real human being, albeit a very edgy one. Excuse me, Amy said, forcing her voice to sound calm. I couldn't help but notice your academy uniform. I'm seeking entrance to Arcanum, but I fear I may be lost. Crow looked up, his dark eyes widening slightly as they landed on her. Amy could almost see the manga cliche happening in real time. The protagonist noticing the mysterious new female character, complete with sparkles and dramatic pause. God, I have truly become what I promised to destroy. You're applying to the academy? Crow asked, his voice deeper than Amy had imagined from just reading the manga. Wait, I should try to do a guy voice. You're applying to the academy? It's hard, I can't. It's hard to do it like this. Applying to the academy? Applying. I don't know. Yes. Registrations close within 2 hours, and it's quite far from here. You'd never make it in time on your own. Horrible guy boys tagged me in. No, because you're not gonna be ASMR, you're gonna be fucking chaotic. Listen, it's hard to do it like this. Tag him in. No. Amy glanced out the window at the rapidly darkening sky. Then I suppose I should hurry. Crow's eyes narrowed. I'm heading there now for the 2nd year commencement. I can show you the way. Wait, what? That worked? Just like that? That would be appreciated. Crow nodded, finishing his tea in one swift motion before standing. He was taller than she'd expected, towering over her by at least a head. I'm Crow. Amy, she blurted, then mentally facepalmed. Should have gone with something mysterious. Maybe Cassandra or whatever. Well met. I was about to say, imagine she like falls for the dude she's been actively shitting on. Crow glanced at the book floating beside her, his eyes narrowing again. His eyes narrowing again. Is that an artifact? He asked. His interest clearly piqued. I've never seen anything quite like this one. Shit, I forgot Manga Boy's whole personality in early chapters is magical object nerd. Indeed. Where did you find it? Somewhere not far from here. Nice deflection, the book commented. Silence stretched for a second. Then Crow nodded slowly, seemingly accepting this boundary. We should leave now if you want to make the inscription deadline. He placed a few coins on the table and headed for the door, without waiting to see if she would follow. Going to bed, this is dog shit. Alright, Junior, you fucking hater. This is not dog shit. Mitchie, thank you for the head pats. Amy hurried after him, giving a small wave to the elderly woman at the counter, who smiled in return. Outside, the sky was still bright, but the sun had moved somewhat. An agreeable warmth enveloped her as she walked. They walked. So, Crow said after they'd been walking in silence for several minutes, is there a reason why you were in this tea house? It's kind of weird for an academy hopeful to be loitering in a place like that hours before the inscription deadline. Amy hesitated for half a second. She could go with something believable but vague, or she could test the waters and try to plant seeds of her non-existent seer powers. Actually, this was the perfect opportunity. I was waiting, she finally said. Crow shot her a sidelong glance, clearly expecting more. Waiting for what? Amy exhaled through her nose, tilting her chin slightly upward, trying to see him, as if she were pondering something deep and cosmic. A sign. Crow's expression shifted from suspicion to confusion. A sign, he repeated. Like destiny. Amy shrugged. Something like that. She could feel his gaze lingering on her, assessing, weighing her words. Damn, this was so uncomfortable. And you found one, he asked, voice carefully neutral. Amy turned her head slightly, meeting his eyes. You showed up, didn't you? That was probably the worst pickup line I've ever heard. Amy resisted the urge to glare at the book and instead focused her gaze back on the boy. Crow blinked at her, clearly thrown off. His steps faltered just slightly before he recovered, looking ahead once more. Listen, it's just for the ratings. It's just for the ratings. I see, he murmured. His tone was guarded, but Amy didn't miss the way his fingers flexed at his side like he was trying to work through something in his head. It's not a love story. She's trying to survive. Amy resisted the urge to grin. She had no idea if her act was convincing, but at the very least, she had Crow intrigued, which she wished meant that this conversation had to be included in the chapter, right? The cobblestone streets grew more crowded as they moved deeper into the city. Now she could see teenagers of all races, from girls with cat ears to completely heathen boys with the same uniform Crow wore, marching toward the same place. It was very peaceful. They continued down the road, the path surrounded by trees. The academy loomed in the distance, a silhouette of towering spires and shimmering wards against the blue sky. It looked like a castle, but on steroids. "That book of yours," Crow suddenly said. "It communicates with you." Amy stiffened, though she kept her expression neutral. Or at least she tried to. But some of her shock leaked through her facade. Just a little bit, but he still seemed to notice. I can feel faint intermittent singles coming from it. I'm adding words, I know, but I don't give a fuck. Crow's eyes flicked to the floating tome, and it reminded me of something similar that happened to me not too long ago. He's probably talking about his sentient sword. During the last arc, Crow had gained his overpowered sword that could also talk, which only he could hear because of some lineage thing, and he decided to keep it a secret from everyone. Still, I didn't expect he could tell just like that. Whatever, as long as no one else notices. Amy exhaled slowly. "You're very perceptive," she said, letting just the right amount of reluctance seep into her voice. Crow's gaze sharpened. "Then it does talk." Amy hesitated for a fraction of a second before offering a carefully measured nod. "In a way. Don't you think you're overdoing it with this mysterious act?" "Probably, but I have to stay consistent with my character." Crow's eyes narrowed again, but he didn't press further. He seemed to be considering something before finally saying, "Artifacts with a consciousness are rare and dangerous." Amy tilted her head. "You sound concerned." "I'm curious," he admitted, "and cautious. Things like that don't just show up without purpose. Nor do people like you. What is it you want from me, Amy?" Caught. Did I overdo it? I wanted him to be curious, not suspicious. She forced herself to breathe steadily, keeping her expression schooled into one of mild curiosity. "Want?" she echoed. Then, with a small, knowing smile, she added, "Who says I want anything?" Crow didn't react immediately. His steps remained measured, steady, but she noticed that slight twitch in his fingers again. A towel. "You approached me," he pointed out. Amy tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. "Did I? Okay, now you're just messing with him." Crow stopped walking, just for a second, his brows furrowed ever so slightly, as if he were reevaluating everything that had just happened in the last 10 minutes. "What kind of game are you playing?" he said at last. She shrugged, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make him uncomfortable. "I just follow where fate leads me," she finally murmured. "And fate, it seems, has led me here." "I'm actually impressed. You're very good at this." Indeed, she was quite good at this. Before quitting school, she used to be pretty damn popular. Manipulation and hiding herself behind masks were her specialty, and to be honest, she wasn't proud of it. Crow didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned his eyes back to the road and continued walking, his expression unreadable. But Amy caught the slight tightening of his jaw, the way his fingers flexed again. He was turning it over in his mind, trying to decide whether to dig deeper. He was intrigued, and that was both good and bad. Good, because it meant she had his attention. Bad, because too much attention could get her into trouble. For example, she would rather not get branded as a villain by the readers. Either way, it would be soon time to deliver the finishing blow, to make sure that he and the readers believed she could see the future. She needed to use her somewhat lacking knowledge of the manga, and she knew exactly what to use, though she would have to be careful about it since this was kind of a sensitive plot point. Moreover, she needed to wait for the right moment for dramatic purposes. They walked in silence for a while, the academy looming ever close with every step. There were many students loitering around, some sitting on a bench chatting, while others crossed the gates and entered the building. The surrounding air shimmered slightly, the protective wards pulsing with arcane energy. Amy felt a thrill of excitement and anxiety at the sight. It was truly impressive seeing it in real life after she shit on its I wish I could jump into a story. The entrance was as imposing as she remembered from the manga. Twin obsidian doors inlaid with glowing runes, a shimmering ward flickering over them like a mirage. A handful of robed figures, academy staff most likely, stood nearby, speaking in hushed tones. "This is where we part ways," Crow said abruptly, stopping just before the threshold. He turned to face her, his sharp gaze unreadable. "The inscription hall is through there. If you have a recommendation letter, present it immediately. Otherwise, they'll test your aptitude on the spot." Amy nodded, trying to suppress her nerves. "I understand." Crow hesitated for a fraction of a second, turning around to leave, but suddenly deciding to speak again. "You're an odd one, Amy." She arched her brow at this. "Hey, you are killing my timing." "Is that a compliment?" she responded without missing a beat. "It's an observation," he said flatly, but he paused as he considered saying something, his fingers flexing at his sides again. "Be careful in there. The academy might like anomalies, but its enemies don't." "Enemies, huh?" He was most probably referring to the antagonist of the story, the tribe of Onyx, whose objective was to resurrect an evil god. For this goal, they sometimes even teamed up with the chaos creatures, whose objective was to destroy everything, and who were basically at war with the whole world. Those Onyx guys, I always found them so damn cringe. So it's kind of like Team Rocket, maybe? "I'll keep that in mind," she trailed off. wondering if her plan of saying her ultimatum at the last minute would work now. Looking at the flow of the conversation, honestly, she should just say it right now. Amy made the effort to smile slightly, as if remembering something amusing. Banana! Random chaos banana. You, Junior is a Team Rocket character for sure. Okay, this is it. Crow paused, tilting his head. What do you mean? She stared at him in silence for a few seconds before taking a small breath. No point in delaying it any longer. A golden key. Something tells me it connects our paths, though I'm not entirely sure why. Crow's entire demeanor changed in an instant. His body tensed while his posture shifted to a defensive one, almost like he was ready to fight. Scary. Now you've done it. Crow's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Who sent you? His voice had dropped to a near whisper. Amy let the silence stretch between them. Despite her increasingly faster beating heart, her mind was still calm and collected. After a few more seconds of no response, she finally spoke. Fate sent me, and I chose to answer. For the goddess, someone get me out of here. The book just acknowledging the cringe that's going on is so great. She was like, I can't believe this girl. You know what? I'm assuming, so I'm reading the book as a female entity, but it could very well be just a sassy man. Without another word, Amy turned and walked away, leaving Crow in there, fighting the urge to just sprint. She could practically feel his scary gaze burning into her back. As she passed through the academy ward, a slight pressure settled over her skin, like walking through static. She continued walking toward the interior of the academy. Once she was a safe distance away, she risked a glance back toward the entrance, only to freeze mid-step. Oh shit, aren't those guys part of the main cast? Her breath hitched slightly as she recognized them. Of course they were here. They were the ones Crow had stuck with throughout the early arcs of the story. The first girl, tall and elegant, had icy pale hair and piercing silver eyes. Lane Arkwright, user of frost magic and noble heir to the Arkwright family. She had an air of coldness about her, but Amy knew from the manga that she was excessively timid and could barely utter a few words in public. Beside her stood a shorter girl with wild auburn curls and an energetic demeanor. Lyra Thronfield, the healer. She was known for being incredibly cowardly. Basically, one of those protect me kind of girls. And lastly, standing behind them, was a tall, broad-shouldered young man with tan skin, cropped black hair, and sharp golden eyes. Ash something. The tank with exaggerated strength. He acted as the group's de facto moral compass and was Crow's best friend. Both grew up together in the same orphanage. They were speaking with Crow right now. Not wanting to be caught staring, Amy quickly turned away and finally entered the building. The interior of the academy was as grand as she had imagined. Towering stone pillars lined the hall, and intricate chandeliers cast ethereal blue light from the floating crystals. A long, ornate desk stretched across the room where several officials sat reviewing applicants one by one as they led them to another room, probably to test them. Oh, thank God she wasn't the only one who had arrived at the last second. That would have been embarrassing. Alright, now the only thing left to do was to wait and see if she had done things correctly and received superpowers. She wouldn't join the line yet, and instead let other people pass. If everything fell into place, the chapters would update right before the time limit. Hopefully, with some luck, everything would be all right. A bell chimed, the sound resonating through the hall with an otherworldly timbre. One of the robed officials at the desk stood, her silver embroidered sleeves catching the light of the floating crystals above. Final call for inscriptions, the woman announced, her voice carrying effortlessly across the chamber. The wards will seal in 1 minute. When are the superpowers supposed to arrive? Amy muttered. The chapter hasn't released yet. It will arrive with some delay. You have to be trolling me. What the fuck do I do? Amy hissed at the book, panic rising in her chest as the final call echoed through the hall. Soon. While you wait, I recommend you get in line, the book replied calmly, hovering serenely beside her as if they weren't in a crisis. Amy cursed under her breath, panic rising in her chest. Shit. You're telling me I have to somehow bluff my way through a magical aptitude test with absolutely no powers? She hissed. Essentially, yes, but I wouldn't worry too much. The chapter is about to be updated soon. Probably, Amy whispered. That's not exactly reassuring. No swearing, this is a Christian manga. Sorry. With no other choice, she reluctantly joined the dwindling line of hopefuls. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she watched the officials process the applicants ahead of her, most leaving with excited expressions, a few with dejected slumps next to their shoulders. Next, called a woman with silver embroidered sleeves, just as Amy reached the front of the line. Amy stepped forward, trying to project confidence she absolutely did not feel. The woman looked up, her eyes a startling shade of violet, narrowing immediately. Cutting it rather close, aren't we? The official said, her tone clipped with disapproval. Another minute, and you would have had to wait until next year's admissions. Sorry, Amy managed, trying to look appropriately contrite while simultaneously fighting the urge to tell the woman where she could shove her 43 seconds. I got lost. The official's eyes narrowed, then flicked to the floating book beside Amy. Her expression shifted instantly from annoyance to intrigue. An artifact. She leaned forward, studying the book without touching it. Most unusual for a prospective student to already possess such a thing. Amy forced a mysterious smile. The kind that hopefully screamed enigmatic and totally competent instead of I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here and might vomit from stress at any moment. It found me, she said vaguely. Did it now? You know you don't have to keep the mysterious act here, right? I doubt the author would include this part of the story. Amy thought the same, but she still wanted to do it just in case. Moreover, it was kind of fun. The official's violet eyes flicked between Amy and the book. And what exactly does this artifact do? Crap. Amy hesitated. She had no idea what to say. If she claimed the book was sentient, that would raise way too many questions. But if she played it off as just some ordinary enchanted object, she risked being asked to demonstrate magic. Magic she definitely didn't have yet. Let me handle this, dear host, the book purred in her mind. Before Amy could respond, the book tilted slightly in the air. Its cover shimmered with a faint golden glow. The runes along its spine pulsed as its pages fluttered open, displaying lines of text that seemed to write themselves in real time. It contained the same exact conversation they just had seconds ago. The official's eyes widened slightly. A self-recording grimoire. She reached for the book, but before her fingers could make contact, the pages snapped shut with a thud. You're welcome, the book whispered smugly in her mind. The official, meanwhile, smiled, clearly impressed. How fascinating. I haven't seen one of these in years. They're rare even among scholars. Amy gave a slow, deliberate nod. It's helpful, she reluctantly said. Did you just hesitate? I'm sure it is, the woman grinned and then turned once again towards Amy. What's your name, young lady? Amy Stake. You know what I just realized? Her name. Say her name quickly. Say her name quickly. I'm so mad that I didn't recognize that yesterday. The name of the first chapter is A Mistake, and her name is Amy Stake. Oh. Okay. Oh. The official dipped an ornate quill into what looked like liquid starlight and scratched Amy's name onto a parchment that seemed to shimmer and change as the ink dried. You hate this. Do you possess a recommendation letter, Amy? Amy shook her head. I see. So, what is your special ability? This was it. The moment Amy had been dreading. When was that damn chapter going to be released? I guess this is now or never. I really hope they don't have a lie detector of some kind. Foresight. The official's violet eyes widened, her quill freezing mid-stroke. A seer. Skepticism colored her voice. That's quite the claim, young lady. The gift of foresight is exceedingly rare for anyone except the Gaspard. I'm aware, Amy replied, her voice steadier than she felt. The woman set down the quill and stood up. Very well. If you claim to possess foresight, then the usual test won't suffice. Instead, we will have to do a more thorough test. I'm so fucked. The official gestured to a side door. This way, please. Reluctantly, she followed the official through the door into a smaller chamber. Unlike the grand hall, this room was sparse. Just a round table with 3 high-backed chairs, 2 of which were already occupied by older individuals dressed in the Academy's formal robes. Masters, the woman addressed them with a slight bow. This applicant claims the gift of foresight. Both figures looked up with curiosity. Their gazes momentarily focused on the book beside her before once again returning to Amy, a seer. The first, an elderly man with a silver beard that seemed to float as if underwater, spoke with clear disbelief. For which bloodline? Amy swallowed. None that you would recognize. The second examiner, a stern-faced woman with intricate braids coiled atop her head, narrowed her eyes, her fingers steepled as she scrutinized Amy with unsettling intensity. How are you, Michi? Which tradition of foresight do you practice? She asked, her tone sharp and clinical. Temporal projection, dream walking, astral divination. Stall, the book whispered urgently in her mind. The chapter's coming. Just keep them talking. Vague answers. Make them ask more questions. Amy's mind raced. She needed to align her answer with what she'd already implied to the readers based on her conversation with Crow, the mysterious girl who waited for signs and somehow knew he would appear. Straightening her posture, Amy adopted what she hoped was an enigmatic expression. I don't practice a tradition in the conventional sense, she said carefully. My gift manifests through recognition of patterns, convergence points, moments where paths cross. The silver-bearded man exchanged a glance with the braided woman. Like a crossroads seer, he asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Similar, Amy replied, having no idea what the fuck that was. I perceive moments of significance, decision points that ripple forward. Wow, you truly are good at this, the book commented with amusement in its voice. Keep going. Be mysterious, but not too specific. The braided woman's eyes narrowed further. Did a sign lead you here today? Amy allowed herself a moment of silence, thinking deeply about what she would say. I saw myself standing before these doors, she said, gesturing vaguely, and I knew that if I did not come here, something essential would be lost. The silver-bearded man grunted. Convenient that your vision left so little time for preparation. They're not buying it, the book warned. Pivot. Make them prove you wrong instead of proving yourself right. And how the hell am I supposed to do that? Amy tilted her head slightly. choose what I see, or when I see it, she said, letting just a hint of defensiveness color her tone. The timeline isn't always linear for me. Sometimes what will happen tomorrow appears to me months in advance. Sometimes what happened years ago only becomes clear in the present. The official who escorted her frowned. That sounds more like retroactive insight than true foresight. Perhaps to those who experience time in only one direction. Oh snap. The silver-bearded man let out a low chuckle that seemed to reverberate through the small chamber. Bold words from one so young. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with interest. Very well. If you truly possess the gift of foresight, then a set of demonstrations is in order. The braided woman reached into her robes and produced a small wooden box. She placed it on the table between them with deliberate care, her movements precise and measured. Let's start with a simple test, she said, her voice crisp. Inside this box are 3 objects. Tell us what they are. Amy's heart sank. This was exactly the straightforward test she couldn't possibly pass without actual powers. She glanced at the floating book beside her, hoping for some guidance. Still no chapter update, the book whispered in her mind, its tone annoyingly casual. But don't worry, there's always a loophole in these kinds of tests. Think outside the box, literally. Amy took a deep breath, considering her options. If she refused, she'd be dismissed immediately. If she guessed wrong, the same result. But if she could somehow reframe the test... I don't see objects in that way, Amy said carefully, meeting the woman's stern gaze. My gift doesn't work on command like pulling rabbits from a hat. What I see are convergent points, moments where choices matter. The silver-bearded man frowned. Convenient excuse. Amy felt a flicker of indignation at his words, despite the fact that, just like the man suspected, she was indeed full of shit. It's not an excuse. It's the nature of my ability. Perhaps, the official who had escorted her interjected, we should utilize the Veritas mirror instead. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. The braided woman's lips thinned into a tight line. The Veritas mirror is reserved for exceptional cases, she said sharply. It's not a tool to be used lightly. And what is more exceptional than a potential new kind of seer outside of the Gaspards, the official countered. If her gift is genuine, the mirror will confirm it. Amy tried to keep her expression neutral, but panic was rising in her chest. What the hell was a Veritas mirror? It sounded ominous. Definitely something that would expose her as a fraud. Stall, the book urged. The chapter must be coming any second now. What exactly is this mirror? Amy asked, trying to sound curious rather than terrified. The Veritas mirror is not for the uninitiated to understand, he said dismissively, but it will reveal the truth of your abilities, or lack thereof. Stall. Amy's mind raced. The 3 examiners were watching her carefully, their expressions a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "I understand your caution," Amy said, trying to sound confident. "But perhaps there is a more conventional way to demonstrate my abilities." The braided woman shook her head. "You've already refused our standard test. The mirror is the only alternative. Or she could simply leave," the silver-bearded man added coldly. "The inscription period is already over." Amy felt sweat beating at her temples as the silver-bearded man walked away toward a room and moments later brought a tall object covered by a dark velvet cloth in the corner of the room. The official with the silver embroidered sleeves moved to unveil it. "This is cutting it really close," the book whispered, sounding almost nervous for the first time. "Wait," Amy said, her voice trembling slightly despite her best efforts. "Before we proceed, I should warn you that in very specific occasions, when my ability manifests strongly, it can have unpredictable effects." The braided woman scoffed. "Many have tried to avoid the Veritas mirror with similar claims." "It's not a question of avoiding anything," Amy insisted, desperately buying seconds. "I just don't want to be responsible for any damage." The silver-bearded man waved his hands dismissively. "The Academy's artifacts are well protected against magical surges. Now, shall we proceed, or shall we conclude that you've wasted our time?" "Listen, girl, this artifact is quite expensive to use. If you truly don't have clairvoyance, just say it now. You are risking a very expensive fine," the official warned her. "Don't worry," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. She took a step forward. Amy's heart pounded in her ears as the official grasped the velvet cloth. The cloth fell away, revealing an ornate mirror with a frame of intricately carved silver. Its surface didn't reflect the room, but swirled with what looked like liquid mercury, constantly shifting and changing. "Place your hand on the surface," the braided woman instructed. "The mirror will do the rest." Amy reached out, her fingers trembling slightly. This was it. She could say bye to her hopes of getting back home. Maybe if she had done things differently. Maybe if the goddess hadn't been such a petty loser. Life truly sucks, does it not? Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the mirror's mercurial surface, a strange tingling sensation shot up her arm. "Wait!" The book suddenly tensed in the air beside her. "Something's happening." Time seemed to slow down around her. The examiner's faces blurred slightly, their movements becoming sluggish, as if they were moving through honey. And then, like a dam breaking, knowledge flooded into her mind. Images, sensations, fragments of conversations yet to happen. She saw Crow standing in a courtyard, sword drawn against shadowy figures. She saw the silver-bearded man before a golden key, his face contorted in shock. She saw a hidden chamber deep beneath the academy, filled with ancient texts. She saw herself standing before the Veritas mirror, power radiating from her fingertips. "The chapter has gone live," the book practically sang in her mind. Amy gasped as power surged through her body, a wave of golden light emanating from her core and spreading outward. The runes on her book flared brilliantly in response, its pages fluttering wildly as if caught in a storm. The examiners jerked back in shock as Amy's eyes began to glow with an ethereal light. The Veritas mirror's surface rippled violently, responding to her awakening power. In the name of... The silver-bearded man started, but his words were cut short as the mirror's surface suddenly stilled, becoming as clear as glass. Instead of reflecting the room, however, it showed a series of rapidly changing scenes, future events playing out in quick succession. The braided woman rose from her seat, her skepticism replaced by undisguised awe. Temporal projection, she whispered, but so different from any I've ever seen. The official with the silver embroidered sleeves took a step back, her violet eyes wide with disbelief. This is extraordinary, the silver-bearded man finished, his earlier skepticism entirely gone. He slowly sat back down, regarding Amy with new respect. It appears we owe you an apology, mistake. Your gift is indeed unconventional, but undeniably genuine. Amy took a deep breath, the golden glow in her eyes gradually fading as she centered herself. The rush of visions receded to a manageable stream of impressions at the edges of her awareness. What the fuck? That shit was freaky as fuck. I almost had a heart attack. Will that be enough? She said softly. Not even she could comprehend how she managed to keep her composure. The braided woman's eyes fixed on Amy with intense interest. In all my years at the academy, I've never encountered a seer whose abilities manifested in quite this way. She glanced at her colleagues. I believe we have our decision. The silver-bearded man nodded solemnly. Indeed. Amy Stake. We formally accept your application to Arcanum Academy. Your gift will be classified as Fate Insight, a rare variant of foresight magic. He paused, studying her closely. You will require specialized training, of course. The traditional curriculum won't suffice. A special case such as you will definitely go directly to Class S. The official stepped forward. I'll personally see to it that accommodations are made, she said, her earlier skepticism replaced by barely contained excitement. A seer of this caliber hasn't entered our halls in generations. Amy tried not to let her relief show too obviously on her face. She had done it. Thank you, she said simply, inclining her head in what she hoped was a dignified manner. As the examiners began discussing arrangements among themselves, Amy took a moment to compose her thoughts. I thought you were done for, the book whispered, floating a little closer. Oh, that's as all's well that ends well. You're now officially a student of Arcanum Academy. Congratulations. Amy allowed herself a small smut of relief. Those readers and that damned goddess better be enjoying the absolute shit out of the chapter, because I feel like my lifespan just got shortened, she muttered. If you're curious about the chapter and reader reactions, I can access the internet for you. Amy's eyes widened slightly at this new revelation. You can do that, she whispered under her breath, careful not to let the examiners overhear. Of course. How do you think I've been tracking the chapter updates? Did you imagine I was receiving magical notifications out of thin air? Before Amy could fully process this information or formulate a response, the braided woman cleared her throat pointedly. "Mistake," she said. Her stern demeanor somewhat softened by lingering awe. "There are several administrative matters we must attend to before you can be properly situated at the academy." Amy straightened immediately, trying to look appropriately attentive rather than like someone who'd just been caught passing notes in class. "Yes, of course." "Come with me," the official with the silver embroidered sleeves said, gesturing toward the door. "We need to complete your registration, assign your quarters, and provide you with the necessary materials for your studies." As Amy moved to follow, the book floated alongside her, its page rustling slightly as if in anticipation. "We can explore the chapter update later," it murmured. "For now, focus on not looking too suspiciously confused by basic academy procedures." The official led her through a series of winding corridors, each more grand than the last. Polished marble floors gave way to intricate mosaics, despite cosmic events and historical moments. I said despite, depicting cosmic events and historical moments. I can't read. Enchanted portraits lined the walls, their subjects turning to watch Amy pass with undisguised curiosity. "I am Magister Lyrian," the official said as they walked. "I oversee new admissions and will be your primary administrative contact during your first term. It's a pleasure to meet you, Amy Stake." "The pleasure is mine," Amy replied, struggling to keep her tone measured despite the chaos of emotional swirling inside her. Emotions. I still get relief that she'd made it through the worst part, excitement that she had just obtained superpowers, and a very deep fear of what the future held. The next few days would be quite interesting, to say the least. She just hoped that would be the good kind of interesting. I can't stop saying her name. I can't. What do we think of the story so far? Now that we're 3 chapters in. I think it's pretty interesting so far. Was a good choice. Mikuing it? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Mikuing it? What does that mean? Fucking Mikuing it. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. What is that supposed to mean? It means you like it, okay. So it's that your way of saying, I wasn't into it at first, but it's actually pretty good. I would like it more if it wasn't so self-aware. Well, I think, because that's the whole point though, it's an isekai. So it's like she already thought that the story was cringe and stupid. But now that she's participating in it, it's like, you know, she's just participating in the cringe now. Mikuing it has nothing to do with my opinions. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? pinged you a meme on Pekko's Discord. Should explain it. Oh, it's a video meme.
The word of the day. Last like.
I still don't understand. I still don't understand. I still don't understand. Alright, everybody, take a stretch break, drink some water. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll see it when I get back. Everybody take a quick stretch break, self-care break. Okay. Have we all stretched and relaxed and hydrated ourselves? Oh, I just had such a good back crack. Did you just love when your back like pops in rapid succession like Rice Krispies? You jammed me the original meme. Alright, let me see. Let's see what this is. What? 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 Okay. Okay, I guess. I think I've been scarred. My eyes need bleaching. Sir Night Natsu, hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and start the next chapter, shall we? I think one more chapter should do it for us. Chapter 4, Crow Amy. Oh my god, did the viewers create a love team, a ship name for them? Oh my god, okay. Let's find out. Amy collapsed onto the plush sofa in her new quarters, her legs giving out after the day's ordeal. The room was far more luxurious than she had anticipated, spacious and elegantly appointed with polished wooden furniture, a canopied bed, and tall windows that looked out over the Academy's sprawling grounds. Gas lamps cast a warm glow over everything, complemented by the soft blue light emanating from several enchanted crystals embedded in the walls. I can't believe we actually pulled that off, she muttered, sinking deeper into the cushions. Or that the goddess actually set up a background for me. The book floated lazily in front of her, its pages rustling slightly in amusement. Who do you think the goddess is? Of course she did. She's a generous deity, after all. Fuck this book unless they add gay nights. Good night, Junior. Sleep well. Amy snorted. After trapping me in a fictional world with only a 2-hour timer to enter the most prestigious academy in the entire world? Yeah, excuse me for having low expectations. The timing was indeed dramatic, but effective. Dramatic is an understatement. I can't believe I actually made it, she grumbled, running a hand through her hair. And I really can't believe the goddess created an entire fake persona for me. Birth certificates, academic records, references, everything. Careful though. If anyone investigates too thoroughly, they'll find inconsistencies. Some details are questionable at best. Shut the fuck up, Windows. Amy grimaced. Yeah, I noticed. According to my records, I was homeschooled by a famous reclusive mage who doesn't actually exist. And I'm from a small village that's supposedly too remote to appear on most maps. Real subtle. It will suffice, as long as you don't draw unnecessary attention. Amy rolled her eyes at that. Right, because being mysteriously accepted into Class S as a previously unknown seer definitely won't draw attention. She sighed, staring up at the ornate ceiling. It's just a matter of time before I get exposed as a fraud. It's hardly fraud if you actually do have abilities now, isn't it? She flexed her fingers, feeling the strange new energy that coursed through her veins. The power that had surged through her during the test hadn't faded. If anything, it felt more settled now, like it had found a home in her body. True. Amy stared up at the ornately painted ceiling for a long moment, processing everything that had happened since her arrival in this world. In less than a day, she'd gone from a normal person to a fictional character with magical powers. She enrolled in a fantasy academy and was now living in a room that looked like it belonged in a castle. This is insane. This whole day is insane, she whispered. If you want to have a mental breakdown over your inability to return to your home country, right now is the best moment. Amy let out a dry laugh. I should be freaking out more, right? But I think I'm too tired for that. She exhaled slowly, staring out the window at the academy grounds. It was only now that she realized that if she had to save this world, she would spend years of her life here. I want to go home, she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. The book tilted in the air, as if considering her words. Tell me, Amy, what was your life like on Earth? Amy scoffed. Why do you want to know? Because I only know about Earthlings through what I've accessed from the internet. And to be honest, I find it hard to believe that all of you are much different from the people of this world. She snorted at that. Well, you would be right. Life was very boring compared to whatever videos you've seen. She rested her chin on her knees. At least for me. The book hovered closer, its pages shifting. Why? I don't know. It's not like I had much going for me back there. She frowned, searching for the right words. I didn't have friends, at least not anymore. My family is probably better off without me. Nothing really tying me down. Then why do you want to go back? Amy opened her mouth, but no answer came. She thought about her tiny room, the long days blending into one another, and the cold silence that had filled her life. The idea of going back to all of that. She shrugged. The book observed her, or at least that was what it felt like. Then, seemingly deciding to change the subject, it asked, by the way, do you still want to read the next chapter? Or maybe wait till... Oh yes, damn, I forgot. She sat up, suddenly energized despite her fatigue. I want to see what people are saying. Also, do I look good? Give me a moment to connect. Connect? What are you, a magical Wi-Fi hotspot? If that crude analogy helps you understand, then yes. The book's pages began to flutter, the runes along the book's spine glowing with a soft golden light. Its pages flipped rapidly, too fast for Amy to read, until they suddenly stopped on a blank spread. Connection established, the book announced, its mental voice sounding slightly more mechanical than usual. What would you like to see first? The chapter itself, or the reader's comments? Show me the chapter first, Amy said eagerly, scooting to the edge of her seat. I want to see how the author depicted everything that just happened. The book's pages stilled. They began to glow more intensely, slowly transforming from a small leather-bound amber book into a colorful manga volume. As the transformation was completed, Amy leaned forward eagerly, her eyes widening at the cover art. The cover featured the main quartet prominently in the foreground. Crow with his trademark dark scowl, Lane with her icy elegance, Lyra with her bright smile, and Ash with his confident stance. Behind them were 9 other figures arranged artistically, all part of Class S, second year, according to what Amy knew of the story. Oh my God, she breathed, carefully taking the book in her hands. That's me. There she was, in the background shadows, seated on a stone bench with her eyes semi-closed, as if meditating. The artistic rendering had given her an ethereal quality. I'm actually on the cover, she squealed, then immediately composed herself, embarrassed at her own excitement. Though they've tucked me away in the corner. Would you prefer to be in the center? No, but like the corner, really. Under the shadows, too. It makes me seem a bit evil, she frowned. I look like I'm plotting something devious. That tracks. Amy rolled her eyes before continuing to inspect her portrait. Still, they really draw me well, huh? My golden hair and eyes feel like they shine. Also, my figure is really something. They could have made my tits bigger, though. Are other Earthling women usually as vulgar as you? Worse. Without wasting any more time, Amy flipped open the manga to the first page. The chapter opened with Crow visiting his childhood orphanage, panels showing him walking through the modest halls, being greeted enthusiastically by younger children. Blah blah, tragic backstory stuff. Amy skimmed these pages quickly, more interested in getting to her own appearance in the story. Orphanage, visit, reminiscing, boring. She perked up when the scene shifted to the tea shop. Here we go. The panels showed Crow, sitting alone at the corner table, staring out the window with a pensive expression. Text boxes revealed his inner thoughts. If the rumors about the new instructor are true, I might finally get a lead to my father. His thoughts were abruptly cut off by a panel showing his sharp eyes detecting movement. The next page featured a dramatic, full-spread illustration of Amy approaching, the book floating beside her, partially concealed by artful shadows. Golden light seemed to emanate from her silhouette against the dim tea shop backdrop. Even Crow was at a loss for words. As an avid hater, I have to admit the art is pretty damn good, Amy murmured, studying the detail on herself. How can a human be so pretty? The artist took some creative liberties, it seems, because that certainly isn't you. Would it kill you to be nice for once? What are you talking about? I'm nice. Been helping you a lot, haven't I? It's just that hearing you gush about yourself is getting tiresome. Whatever, dude. The next few panels zoomed in on Crow's face, his eyes widening slightly as he noticed her. A small text block next to his head read, "An unfamiliar face," and that floating object beside her, an artifact. Here, of all places. The conversation between them unfolded across several meticulously detailed panels. When Amy mentioned she was seeking entrance to the academy, the artist had drawn Crow's subtle surprise with masterful precision. Just a slight widening of his eyes, a barely perceptible tension in his shoulders. An academy applicant, here, with the inscription deadline so close. His thought bubble read, "Something doesn't add up." "He was suspicious from the very beginning," Amy muttered. "I thought I was being smooth." The manga continued, showing Crow's internal debate about whether to help her. A small flashback panel appeared in the corner, a younger Crow being helped by a cloaked figure during a rainstorm. "I suppose I know what it's like to be lost," his thoughts read. That flashback felt kind of forced, but okay. It was fine. You're just hating. When they exited the tea shop, the artwork shifted to showcase the cityscape, towering spires and cobblestone streets rendered in beautiful detail. Several panels followed their walk, interspersed with close-ups of Crow studying Amy from the corner of his eye. If there's something off about her, his thoughts read. That book, it's not just floating, it's aware, similar to Blood Edge, but different somehow. Could she be connected to the tribe of Onyx, a spy sent to infiltrate the academy? "He thought I was a spy," Amy exclaimed. "Talk about paranoia." Completely understandable reaction, if you ask me. Well, no one asked you. The pages that followed depicted their exchange about Amy waiting for a sign, with particular attention paid to Crow's reaction. The artist had drawn a subtle flush across his cheeks when Amy delivered her line about him being the sign she was waiting for. Amy flustered. "I wasn't flirting. The fuck is up with this vibe?" "The artist certainly seems to be setting up something between you two." Ew, fuck no, I refuse to be part of some cliche romance subplot. Good thing that what you want doesn't really matter, isn't it? Amy pursed her lips and decided to keep reading instead of listening to the book's provocations. A close-up panel showed Crow's eyes darting to the floating book beside Amy, his expression calculating. That's not just any artifact. It's emanating a consciousness signature similar to Blood Edge. The next page showed Crow's internal debate about whether to confront Amy about the sentient book. The artist had drawn his thoughts as swirling shadows around his head, containing tiny images, a memory of his own talking sword, a suspicious glance at Amy, and concern about attracting attention from unnamed enemies. In the end, he asked her because he was tired of thinking and thought the best way was to be direct, since the other party wasn't exactly discreet about their attempt to get close to him. The conversation about the book was rendered in sharp, tense panels, close-ups of Crow's narrowing eyes, Amy's barely concealed surprise, the book hovering ominously between them. Text bubbles captured their exchange. "You're very perceptive." Crow's gaze sharpened. "Then it does talk." Amy hesitated before offering a carefully measured nod. "In a way." Below these panels was Crow's internal reaction. She admitted it so easily. Either she trusts me for whatever reason, or she wants me to know. But why? Huh. So he was overthinking everything I said, Amy mused. That's actually hilarious. The conversation about fate and destiny was illustrated with dramatic flair, each panel growing darker around the edges as if emphasizing the weight of their exchange. When Amy asked, "Did I?" regarding whether she had approached him, the manga showed Crow's momentary confusion with a series of quick panels zooming in on his widening eyes. Is she talking about fate? Damn, I really sold it, Amy said with a proud smile. Look, he totally bought all that shit I was spouting. I'll admit, you did a great job there. Thanks. Amy turned the page to see a beautifully rendered 2-page spread of the Academy coming into view, its towers gleaming against the sky, magic visibly crackling around its perimeter. Both Crow and Amy were drawn small against the massive structure, emphasizing its grandeur. The following pages showed more of their walk, with Crow casting occasional glances at Amy, though his thoughts revealing increasing curiosity mixed with wariness. Mother always said to be aware of those who speak in riddles, but something about her feels significant, like a piece moving into place on a board I can't fully see. They're making me sound way more important than I actually am, Amy commented with a laugh. Isn't that the point? To establish your character as mysterious and potentially powerful? I guess, but it's weird seeing it from his perspective. As they approach the academy gates, the panels show Crow making a decision. Should I tell Professor Vanheim about her? A new student with an ancient consciousness-bearing artifact appearing out of nowhere on the day the Onyx star is closest to our world. Too many coincidences. Oh great, so he's already planning to report me to a teacher, Amy groaned. That's going to be fun to deal with. We were joking before, but at this rate, you might seriously become a villain. Damn, you might actually be right. Oops. The next sequence showed Crow's warning about the tribe and Amy's last words about the key. Crow's reaction to Amy's cryptic mention of the golden key was quite visceral. His face was drawn with stark shadows, eyes widening in shock before narrowing dangerously. The thought bubble beside his head read, "How? But nobody other than Ash, Lyra, and Lane should know that." That was generally scary, Amy muttered, studying the panel, like I almost shit my pants. What did you expect? For all he knows, that one thing might be connected to his missing father. The next page showed Amy walking away, leaving Crow frozen in place, his expression a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. The scene then shifted to show Crow's friends approaching, Lane, Lyra, and Ash. It seemed like they had been there from the beginning, staring from afar. Upon seeing them coming, Crow immediately forced the tension in his shoulders to go away and put on his characteristic neutral expression, which honestly was such a bad idea because a misunderstanding rapidly formed. Their expressions were perfectly rendered, Lane's subtle wide-eyed stare, Lyra's obvious pout, Ash's amused grin. Lyra immediately grabbed his arm, asking, "Who was that?" Her speech bubble was extra large, with bold text, emphasizing her jealousy. Beside her, Lane was depicted standing slightly apart, her face mostly expressionless, except for a barely noticeable tightening around her eyes, as she quietly asked, "A new student?" Blonde, pretty face, Ash grinned, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. Totally your type. Alright, I like this Ash character. He's funny. I don't have a type, Crow rolled his eyes, his face morphing into a frown. She's just a girl who got lost. The final panel showed Crow walking ahead of his friends as they continued to pester him. Crow's expression in the final panel was a perfect mixture of annoyance and resignation, with a small text box below reading, And just like that, the second year began. Amy stared at the final page, taking it all in. "I fucking hate harems," she finally commented. "You made quite the impression. That was the goal, wasn't it? Aren't you happy?" "I was hoping to come across as a mysterious and possibly prophetic character, not as Crow's potential new girlfriend," she grimaced. The last thing I want is to get caught up in romance subplot drama. The readers would probably enjoy that, though. "I'm sure they would," Amy muttered. "Speaking of which, let me see those reader comments now. I want to know what they're saying about me." "Sure." The book's pages continued to flip rapidly, golden light emanating from them until they suddenly stopped, displaying a thread of comments. Readers' comments loaded, displaying most popular threads for Chapter 151 of Quest for Avalon. Amy leaned forward eagerly, scanning the first comment thread. "No accident, 572. Thread starter, premium member." Finally, some plot progression after 3 chapters of orphanage flashbacks. Don't get me wrong, Crow's backstory is important, but I was starting to think we'd never get back to the academy. Takahashi-sensei loves his flashbacks a bit too much sometimes, lol. I know, right? The orphanage arc was dragging on forever. I get that it's establishing his motivation to find his father, but we already knew that from Act 1. At least we're back to the main storyline now. Those 3 chapters could have been condensed to like 5 pages, to be honest. The orphanage scenes weren't useless. We learned about the crimson mark on his shoulder spreading. That's definitely going to be important later when they face the Blood Emperor. Also, the scene with the old caretaker hinting at his lineage. Hello? That was huge foreshadowing. Exactly. So, also, did anyone notice the symbol on the caretaker's necklace? It's the same as the one in the ancient armor Crow found in Chapter 89. Nothing in this manga is coincidental. Crow simp for life. Is no one going to talk about how Crow was blushing when the new girl said he was the sign she was waiting for? Our boy actually got flustered for once. It's been a while since we've seen him finally lose his cool. Crow X Amy is my new OTP. They had more chemistry in one conversation than he and Lyra have had in 84 chapters. The way he actually flushed, I literally screamed at 3 a.m. and woke up my roommate. Don't disrespect Lyra like that. She's literally the whole reason Crow is where he is. Y'all don't deserve her. You're all sleeping on Crow X Lane. Lane is obviously the endgame. The way she subtly reacted when she saw them together. My Ice Queen is hurting. Y'all are just distracted by this new shiny character SMHing my head. Remember, in Chapter 89, when Lane almost confessed during the Winter Festival? That wasn't for nothing. They've been building that relationship for years, and people want to throw it away for a girl who appeared for 5 minutes. Might get downvoted for this, but maybe Crow doesn't need a romance at all. He should focus on finding his father. Not everything needs to be a ship, guys. Can we focus on the actual plot instead of shipping for 5 minutes? There's literally a looming war, and all you people care about is who's going to kiss who. This is why I hate mainstream fandom sometimes. For real though, we just found out the Blood Emperor is mobilizing his forces, and everyone's talking about Crow blushing. I swear this fandom sometimes... Bruh, the shipping takes over every thread. It's so annoying. I've been saying for months that the prophecy was mistranslated. It's not the Crow will guide the way, but the Crow will be guided. This new character just confirms my theory. Boys, we are finally going to learn what the Golden Key is about. Am I the only one who hates when new harem bitches get introduced this late? We already have a huge cast, ugh. So you're saying authors shouldn't introduce new characters? In the middle of their story? Ever? Lol, okay. Is there a way to filter ship comments? Amy asked. I already went to blow her head off with a gun. No filtering options available for this platform. What? Really? You aren't messing with me, are you? Yes, really. This forum doesn't support content filtering. Many users have requested this filter according to the FAQ. I can show you something more specific, though. Would you like to see a different thread? Then please show any theories about my powers specifically, Amy said, still scanning the comments with annoyance. The book's pages shifted again, displaying a different thread. Okay. Theory. Amy's abilities, not your average seer. So the new blonde girl, Amy, appears to have some form of divination/fate-seeing ability based on her conversation with Crow. But if she's a seer, that would make her the second one we've seen in the manga alongside Zaid. I doubt that Takahashi-sensei would create two characters with identical abilities, so there must be a key difference. My theory. Amy's abilities are fundamentally different from Zaid's. Remember, Zaid is a fate seer from the Gaspard family. He can see predetermined paths of fate, but can't change them, only observe or slightly alter minor details. He's purely an observer. But Amy's conversation with Crow hints at something more active. She talks about waiting for a sign and seems to be looking for something specific. Not just seeing what will happen, but searching for particular outcomes or actively changing fate. Thoughts? Did anyone else notice how the book seems to be directing her rather than just helping her? What if she's not the one with the power at all, but the book is using her as a vessel? Like how Blood Edge works with Crow, but sentient. Her being a puppet controlled by the book would be an amazing plot twist. Maybe the book is actually a sealed artifact from Old Avalon trying to restore the kingdom. I can totally see Takahashi going this direction. Prediction, she's joining S-Class. No way a character with this much setup is going to be a background character. Plus, her powers would balance out the class perfectly. They have fighters, mages, and tactical geniuses, but no true divination specialists apart from Zaid. S-Class? Are you kidding? Those spots are insanely competitive. Remember how hard Iris had to work just to be considered. Not everyone gets a free pass. Actually, S-Class makes perfect sense from a narrative perspective. She needs to interact with the main character after all. Plus, the author has established that the Academy values rare abilities over experience. See Mori in Chapter 62. What if the book itself is the real character and Amy is just its medium/conduit? It's a bit tropey, but would be interesting. We haven't seen any sentient artifacts beside Blood Edge yet. No one talking about Amy's book. That thing is obviously important AF. The way it glows and seems to communicate with her. It's not just a tool, it's almost like a character itself. I think that book is going to be way more important than we realize right now. According to my research, that book seems to resemble the legendary Fate-bound tome mentioned in Chapter 73 when they visited the ancient library. It was supposed to be lost when Old Avalon fell. If this is the same book, wow. Good catch. I completely forgot about that reference. Wasn't there also something about the book choosing its owner? This could explain why Amy has it now and why it's leading her to specific people. Oh, it's raining outside. Amy scrolled through a few more comments, a mixture of genuine theories and shipping discussions filling the page. I have no idea what they're talking about, but at least some of them are actually thinking about the plot. There are two more popular threads you might find interesting. Would you like to see them? Amy nodded. The pages shifted again to reveal. Prediction, Class S dynamics and Amy's impact. With the introduction of a new character right before the second year begins, I'm betting we're about to see a major shakeup in Class S. Remember how the first year ended with everyone forming their alliances? This mysterious newcomer is going to disrupt everything. The timing isn't coincidental. Introducing her now means she'll be integral to the Academy's war game arc that's been foreshadowing since chapter 130. If she really is a seer, she'll likely be placed in Class S immediately. The Academy always puts rare ability users in the elite class, regardless of experience level. Anyone else notice the parallels between her introduction and Zaid's in chapter 43? Both appeared mysteriously. Both immediately recognized Crow as important. I think they're setting up a rivalry between the two seers. One who can see fate, and one who can change it. Building on this, what if Amy is actually from the same clan as Zaid, but was separated? The mysterious book could be their clan's lost artifact, which explain a lot about her innate abilities. Am I the only one who thinks this character feels rushed? We're already juggling 13 characters in Class S, and now we're adding another one with an overpowered ability. I hope Takahashi-sensei knows what they're doing. Feels like they're just adding characters to sell more merch, to be honest. Have faith. Remember how everyone complained when Vince was introduced? Now he's a fan favorite. Takahashi hasn't let us down yet after 151 chapters. Totally agree. This manga is going the way most long-running series. Too many characters, too many plot lines, and everything gets watered down. Mark my words, quality's going to drop from here. Can you guys wait more than one chapter before declaring the series is ruined? Seriously, every new character introduction has the same people saying, "The manga's going downhill." Yet here you are, 151 chapters later, still reading and commenting. A detailed look at Amy's character design and possible symbolism. 1. Her blonde hair with purple tips behind likely represents nobility, gold mixed with magic. The 3-star pattern on her clothes matches the constellation mentioned in the prophecy. Her skirt has the same subtle embroidery pattern as Queen Ilara's dress from the historical flashback in chapter 112. I think she's definitely connected to the royal bloodline somehow, possibly a descendant of the lost princess. Thoughts? Oh my god, I didn't even notice the embroidery pattern, but you're right. Just went back to chapter 112, and it's definitely the same. Takahashi doesn't do these things by accident. Great analysis. Also noticed her earrings have the same symbol as the ancient gate that Crow has been trying to open. I doubt that's coincidence. The book she carries reminds me of the Book of Fate from real-world mythology. In several cultures, fate was believed to be written in a book that only certain chosen individuals could read. Perhaps this is Takahashi's interpretation of that concept. Amy closed the manga with a sigh, leaning back against the sofa cushions. She glanced toward the window, noticing how dark it had gotten. Do you know what time it is? Nearly midnight.
Banana.
Classes begin tomorrow at dawn, by the way. Wakapiku, hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Dawn, Amy bolted upright. Are you serious? I haven't even had time to process anything. And now I have to be up at the crack of dawn for classes. If we hadn't inscribed on the final day, you might have had several days to acclimate before classes began. But alas, it's not like I had any voice in the matter. True, I wonder if the goddess chose the last day deliberately. Amy flopped back down on the sofa. Wouldn't put it past her. She stared up at the ceiling, thinking, I should probably try to figure out what my powers actually are before class tomorrow. I mean, I supposedly pass as a seer, but I have no idea what I can actually do. An excellent idea. Yes, but... Amy frowned. How exactly do I access these abilities? Do I need to meditate or something? The book hovered closer. Perhaps if you focused on wanting to see your own capabilities. Amy closed her eyes, concentrating. I wish I could just see what I can do, like a list or something. That can be arranged. For a moment, nothing happened. Then suddenly, it glowed once again, opening to reveal text reappearing. Name: Amy Stake. Special ability: Fate Sight. Mastery 1. Strength F. Endurance E. Dexterity E. Agility F. Magic C. Amy's jaw dropped as she stared at the floating status screen. You can do that. Surprise, the book replied, sounding entirely too pleased with itself. I like this. The name of the character, Amy Stake, is still, it's so funny to me, and I'm never not going to hear a mistake every time I say that name. I'm never not going to hear it anymore. I'm still mad that I didn't get it the first chapter that I read the other day. It's so good. Oh my god. Alright, I need to drink some water. Delicious, quenching, hydrating, lubricating water. I haven't had to drink this much water since I was in high school choir. Which one was this? This was chapter 4. Let's go ahead and do chapter 5. Chapter 5. Back to prison. Ooh, first, let me make sure there's still... Am I gonna have to... Oh, this is almost done. Go back to the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Oops. Ah! I messed it up. There we go. Okay. Big stretch. Oh, it's such a nice stretch. It's so refreshing. It's time to wake up. Amy, You'll be late to the inauguration if you don't get up. Wake up, or I'll be forced to take drastic measures. Amy groaned, pulling the blanket over her head and curling into a ball, attempting to block out the sound. All right, you brought this upon yourself. The book inhaled, despite having no lungs, and let out a bellowing, "Amy, wake up!" She lurched upright as if electrocuted, breath ragged, heart hammering against her ribs. "What?" she screamed, eyes wide, heart racing. Disoriented, her bloodshot eyes darted across the room, trying to understand the situation she was in until they locked onto the book hovering right in front of her. When her mind finally caught up, she let out a long sigh. She groaned as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the tall windows of her quarters. She hadn't bothered to close the curtains last night, a decision she now deeply regretted. "Kill me now," she muttered by instinct, and rapidly regretted it. What followed those words were bad memories. The face of a girl she would never forget reappeared in her mind. She grimaced and had to stop her hands from visibly shaking. Luckily, she was quite experienced in controlling her discomfort. The emotions she felt at that instant retreated as fast as they arrived, tucking themselves into the deepest corners of her brain. The book, which floated lazily up to hover at her eye level, had luckily not taken note of her short slip. "Good morning to you too, sunshine. Did you have a restful sleep?" She took a deep breath before forcing herself out of bed, limbs sluggish, then trudged toward the wash basin. After splashing her face with water, she stared at her reflection in the ornate mirror, the dark circles barely visible under her eyes. Her normally vibrant golden hair was all over the place. "I look like shit," she muttered, splashing more cold water on her face. "Perhaps you should have slept, instead of spending 6 hours staring at your status and waving your hands around." Amy exhaled through her nose before patting her face with a plush towel. "Remind me again how exactly I'm supposed to use these powers, Miss Video Game System." "I never claimed to be knowledgeable about your abilities. I merely facilitated your access to information about them." "That doesn't even make sense," Amy groaned, her eyes burning as she stared at her reflection and watched herself comb her hair. She'd barely slept, spending most of the night attempting to access her supposed fate powers, with absolutely nothing to show for it. "Funny," she muttered, continuing by applying makeup provided by the academy. "Been accepted as a seer, but I can't actually see anything. So funny." The book floated lazily above the wash basin. "Perhaps you're trying too hard." "Or maybe," Amy said while brushing her teeth, "these are the kinds of powers that are completely arbitrary and only works when the plot demands it." "First of all, don't speak with your mouth full of toothpaste. It's undignified." Amy spat into the basin, rinsed her mouth, and wiped her face with an exasperated sigh. Second of all, fate magic is a rare and complex art. You are a complete novice in this field, so even if your abilities are powerful, it would take a great deal of effort to master them." "Nice." Amy turned away from the mirror, letting out a long sigh. "How long until class?" 20 minutes. Amy froze, her eyes fully open. 20? Yes, 20. Did you forget that you asked me to let you sleep as much as possible? Damn it, damn it, damn it. She flung open her wardrobe, yanking out the Academy's signature uniform. A high-collared navy dark coat, golden embroidery tracing the cuffs, and an annoying number of buttons. What kind of school has its inauguration the same day that class starts? Oh, they don't. That's just for first-year students of S-Class. Fuck me. She cursed under her breath as she fought her way into the outfit, hopping on one foot while trying to shove the other into her boot. At this rate, I'll arrive late. She glanced toward the clock in the corner of her room, then at the academy uniform, then back at the clock, then to the uniform, then... Hey, book? Yes? She hesitated, then toward it, putting on her best pleading expression. Can you put on my uniform for me? No. Amy's hopeful expression crumbled instantly. What do you mean, no? Come on, what does it cost you? You seem to have forgotten, the book said, hovering closer to her face. Yesterday, I explicitly stated that the outfit I conjured for you was my last favor to you. Yeah, but that was yesterday. I failed to see your reasoning. Amy groaned dramatically, throwing her head back. Come on. You like helping me, don't you? Debatable. Oh, it stopped raining already. Wow, I see how it is. She crossed her arms, scowling at the book. After all we've been through, I thought we were friends. The book remained silent for a long time. Amy shifted her weight from one foot to the other, suddenly feeling awkward. What? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? She asked, scratching her head. Are we friends? The question came out in a robotic voice, without a hint of emotion. Amy was slightly taken aback by the sudden turn in the atmosphere. She opened her mouth to respond, then closed it. Her brows furrowed as she considered the question more seriously. I don't know, she said finally, still scratching her head. I never really had friends, to be honest. She looked down at her feet, then back at the floating book. Maybe, she offered, struggling to get the words out. I mean, we just met yesterday, but... The words died in her throat, and the silence took hold once again, stretching between them for several long moments, until Amy began to wonder if she'd said something wrong. Then, without warning, the book began to emit a soft, warm, golden light. The light enveloped Amy, and she gasped as she felt the still unfamiliar sensation of magic washing over her skin. When the glow faded, she looked down to find herself fully dressed in her academy uniform, but every button fastened, every crease perfect. There was even a leather satchel she hadn't asked for. Thanks, Amy said, her cheeks warming with embarrassment, though she wasn't entirely sure why. She smoothed her hands over the perfectly fitted uniform while trying to avoid looking directly at the book. You better hurry, the book replied, its tone back to business as usual. You'll be late to the inauguration if you don't leave now. Fort Wilder, hello. Thank you so much. Thank you. My birthday is on Thursday. The actual day of my birthday is on Thursday. Thank you. Yeah, right. Amy cleared her throat, then paused in front of the small mirror, studying her reflection. Despite the lack of sleep, She looked unnervingly perfect, her skin clear, her eyes bright despite their redness. The uniform fit as if it had been tailored specifically for her. Even exhausted, she looked like she belonged on the cover of a fantasy novel. "This is all wrong," she said suddenly. "What's wrong?" "Don't like your appearance anymore." "The ASMR tone is really nice. Thank you." "I'm always worried about what I sound like." Like, I'm not sure if this sounds like nice to anyone or not, but it's glad to have that confirmation. Thank you. Not that. I mean, these powers. They're too arbitrary. The only time I've accessed any sort of ability was during that test. And even then it was like it happened to me, rather than me controlling it. Keep reading, want to know what's gonna happen? Yeah. "And what are you planning to do about it?" Amy thought for a moment, then turned towards the book. "If I make people think I have specific, consistent powers that I control, even if I don't fully understand them yet, it would be enough, right? If you pair that with training, then yes." "I see," Amy replied, grabbing a small leather satchel and sliding her academy ID card. "Then I'll need to create limitations that make sense and establish clear boundaries for what I can and can't do. That way, when I inevitably fail to predict something, I can point to those limitations rather than just look incompetent." Clever, though, I warn you. If your ability has insufficient limitations, I'll be obligated to nerf it. Otherwise, the story might suffer, and we can't have that. How big of a nerf are we talking here? That depends on what these supposed limitations are. I'm still working on that part, Amy admitted, checking her appearance one last time in the mirror. But I'm thinking something like, I can see and follow the general paths of fate to reach my objective, but I don't exactly know the details of how I get there. Not bad. That would also explain your encounter with Crow at the tea house and the whole waiting for signs thing. Amy grimaced. You just reminded me of all those comments about us, she said, hoisting the satchel over her shoulder. Another thing to deal with, avoiding any more romantic subplot nonsense. I'm here to save the world, not to get entangled in some harem drama. Good luck with that. The artist seemed quite intent on establishing chemistry between you two. Well, the artist can shove it, Amy muttered, heading for the door, and then exiting her dorm. Ow. Amy stepped out of her dorm room into the grand hallway of the academy residence, pausing to take in her surroundings. The marble floors gleamed with a faint magical sheen, and ornate tapestries with deep quotes adorned the walls. Let's get this over with, she muttered, making her way toward what appeared to be an oversized birdcage made of intertwining blue branches that seemed to be growing directly from the marble floor. Inside the structure was nothing, just empty space. Is that an elevator? Yes. I bet it's dangerous. That thing looks dangerous, Amy grumbled. It's actually quite ingeniously safe application of spatial folding magic. The Academy spans multiple dimensional planes, which makes conventional transportation impractical. Spare me the lecture, Amy said, hesitantly approaching the cage as her turn came up. Will it hurt? Only if you resist the transition. That's not reassuring, she hissed, but stepped into the cage anyway. As Amy entered, a circular platform rimmed with runes began glowing faintly. Step onto the circle and think of where you need to go. The Academy's transportation system responds to intent. So I just think main hall or something. Precisely. She closed her eyes, concentrated, and immediately felt a gentle rush of air as the platform descended. When she opened her eyes, they had already arrived at the ground floor, where streams of students in identical Navy uniforms flowed toward a massive building in the distance. That was surprisingly efficient, Amy admitted, joining the flow of students and trying to look like she belonged. The Academy prides itself on its magical infrastructure, though I suppose anything would feel efficient compared to your world's subway system. It wasn't that bad, she retorted, adjusting her satchel as she followed the crowd. Two female students with elf ears who were walking nearby glanced her way, then quickly turned to whisper to each other. A tall boy with glasses and a lot of fur did a double take as she passed. Agent 9, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I'm never going to get used to this, Amy muttered, unconsciously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The attention. I thought humans generally enjoyed being considered attractive. Maybe normal people, Amy whispered, keeping her voice low so she didn't look like an insane person talking to nothing. It's not like I was a timid person, but I've always disliked getting too much attention. This is disorienting. The Academy grounds spread before Amy as she walked. An impossible landscape, floating gardens, gravity-defying architecture, and ornate spires that seemed to pierce the very sky. Students streamed around her like schools of fish. It's not just the attention, Amy continued, keeping her voice low enough that passerbyers wouldn't notice she was talking to thin air. It's this kind of attention. Back home, if someone looked at me twice, it was usually because I had food on my face or something. Your current form aligns better with narrative expectations, don't you think? Narrative expectations, Amy muttered, rolling her eyes. Because what matters when the world is at stake is to join Crow's harem. Isn't that what you wanted yesterday? I want to be a part of the story, Amy clarified. Not be the main character, and definitely not the center of some ridiculous love polygon. She thought about the reader comments she's seen, the shipping wars, the theories about her powers, the predictions about her disrupting Class S dynamics. I need to find a balance, she said, more to herself than to the book. If the story starts pushing some romance subplot between us, I'll have half the shippers hating me within a few chapters. I need allies, not enemies. Ah, politics. Exactly. I'll keep my distance from Crow and his group, but not too much. I need to be connected to the main plot without becoming the main plot. I see. Then it might be a good idea for me to be more discreet. The book floated into her leather satchel. Amy glanced down at her bag with a frown. Hey, are you sure you're comfortable in there? You can float instead if you want. The book didn't respond immediately. After seconds of silence, it finally spoke. You don't need to be concerned about my comfort, it replied, in the same robotic voice from their somewhat awkward moment earlier. I am perfectly capable of existing in any state or location. Right, Amy said, adjusting her satchel. I just thought. Walk faster. The inauguration ceremony is about to begin, and you don't want to be late on your first day. Amy rolled her eyes. Yes, Mom, she said while quickly quickening her pace. Shut the fuck up, Windows. Following the stream of students toward the grand hall, where plumes of colorful smoke occasionally erupted from its spires. The Academy's main hall was even more impressive from the inside, vaulted ceilings stretching impossibly high, supported by columns of shifting energy. Hundreds of students had already gathered, separated into distinct sections based on their year and classification. Amy stood at the entrance, momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle. Students filed past her on either side, many giving her subtle glances, because they obviously had nothing better to do. At the front of the hall stood a raised dais, where a row of distinguished-looking instructors sat watching as students filed in. Amy scanned their faces, wondering which ones would be teaching her class. Everyone, please find your respective class designations and stand with your groups. A voice called out, and she actually recognized the person. It was Magister Lyrian, the same officer who had overseen her inscription. She looked busy. Amy watched her for a few more seconds before her attention returned to the task at hand. She scanned the area, identifying the sections for each class. Most students were gathered in their respective areas, classes A through F, forming the bulk of the assembly. But at the very front, closest to the elevated platform where instructors stood, was a small elite group. Class S. Only about 20 students stood in this section, their uniforms marked with a golden emblem on their chest. They stood slightly apart from each other, as if each were maintaining their own space. She scanned the faces, immediately recognizing Crows, now standing with the now familiar trio. The blonde boy, Ash, the redhead Lyra, and the pale-haired Lane. Several yards away from them stood a thin, dark-haired boy she recognized from the manga as Zaid, the others here, as well as many other side characters, such as Iris. They're all here, Amy whispered to the book, which was now disguised as a normal leather-bound tome. The whole cast. Indeed, all 13 from last year, plus the 6 new students from this year. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her shoulders and walked toward the Class S section, trying to project confidence she absolutely did not feel. As she approached, several heads turned her way. A tall instructor, standing near the Class S section, consulted a clipboard and then raised an eyebrow at Amy's approach. "Your identification, please," he asked crisply. Amy took the card from her satchel and gave it to him. He inspected it for a moment before he nodded and gave it back. Amy felt the weight of curious stares as the instructor directed her to stand with the Class S students, specifically with a small group of 6 who stood slightly apart from the rest. The other new additions to Class S, the instructor explained briefly before walking away. Amy nodded politely to her fellow newcomers, 3 young men and 3 other women, all looking as nervous and out of place as she felt. None returned her greeting, too busy sizing each other up with wary expressions. From across the Class S section, Amy thought she could feel Crow's eyes on her. She risked a glance in his direction and found him indeed watching her, a slight furrow between his brows. Amy hesitated only briefly before offering a small wave. Ignoring him would be awkward, especially after their interaction yesterday. It might draw even more attention than a simple greeting. Crow gave a nod in return, his expression thoughtful. Beside him, the auburn-haired girl, Lyra, noticed the exchange and immediately frowned, leaning closer to Crow and whispering something in his ear. The tall, elegant girl with silver hair, Lane, merely observed with cool detachment, while the broad-shouldered young man, Ash, grinned widely and nudged Crow with his elbow. Amy quickly looked away, focusing instead on the platform at the front of the hall, where a tall, regal-looking old woman was approaching a podium made of living wood. An ambient chatter in the hall immediately died down as she raised her hand. I wonder what living wood looks like. Welcome, students of the Royal Academy of Mystical Arts. The woman's voice carried effortlessly throughout the massive space without any apparent magical amplification. I am Archmage Elindra, headmistress of this institution. To our returning students, welcome back. To our new students, her eyes turned toward the Class S section. Congratulations on passing the trials. Your journey begins today. Amy stood perfectly still, trying to absorb every detail that the headmistress was even more imposing in person than she'd imagined from the manga's depictions. Tall, with white hair pulled into an elaborate updo, and eyes that seemed to shift between green and gold depending on the light. In the manga, her special ability had never been revealed, which added to the mystery of her identity. I read that wrong, but I'm not gonna. It works. It works. For centuries, this academy has trained the greatest ability users of our realm, Elindra continued. You stand in a tradition of excellence and duty. The knowledge you learn here is not merely for your personal advancement, but for the protection and betterment of our world against the evil forces who might want to destroy it. The Archmage's gaze swept across the assembly, and Amy could have sworn her eyes paused momentarily on her. For the love of God, please be my imagination. I think she was staring at you for a second. Why did she glance at me with a smile during the evil forces who might want to destroy it? This year is unlike any other, the headmistress said, her tone growing more serious. The signs are clear to those who can read them. The ancient patterns shift. The stars speak of change. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Amy felt a chill run down her spine, knowing exactly what these ominous words were referencing. A coming catastrophe. The event that would begin this year, and then only get worse. The big thing she was here to prevent. Subtle, the book commented dryly from her satchel. Your instructors this year have been chosen with particular care, Elindra continued. They will push you beyond what you believe possible, because what was sufficient yesterday will not be enough for tomorrow. The headmistress gestured to the row of instructors seated behind her, each nodding as their name was called. Amy recognized several from the manga, not their names, but she did remember their faces. Kinda surprised I remember so much, even though this arc was a while ago and I skipped so many chapters. The manga is still shit though. And finally, Elindra said, I am pleased to announce that Class S will have a change of instructor for prophetic arts this year. Magister Kalen has returned from his expedition to the outer reaches. A tall man, his hair stark white despite his apparently young age, stood and gave a slight bow. His eyes were completely black, without visible pupils or irises, and when he smiled, something about it made Amy's skin crawl. I don't remember this guy. Interesting. He wasn't in the original story. What? Amy tensed. A new character, which meant significant changes to the timeline she knew. She had only been here for a day. What the fuck was this? A scam? I want my money back. What are you even talking about? After a lot of blah 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 about conduct and rules, the Archmage concluded the ceremony with a series of announcements about scheduling and academy regulations, before dismissing the assembly with a final statement. Remember, you have been chosen not for who you are, but for who you might become. Do not waste this opportunity. As the ceremony ended, second-year students were permitted to leave, while first-years were instructed to remain for an orientation tour. The headmistress approached the Class S section personally. Second years, you may proceed to your advanced classes, she said to the 13 returning students. First years, you will join me for a special orientation before meeting your seniors for afternoon instruction. As the second years began to file out, Amy noticed Crow hesitating, his eyes finding hers in the crowd. After a brief moment of indecision, he broke away from his group and approached her. So popular. Oh my god, right now really isn't the best moment. Unaware of her thoughts, Crow approached regardless and stopped just a few steps away, his expression unreadable. You're not surprised to see me here, are you? Amy asked, trying to sound nonchalant. Nonchalant queen. Crow's gaze flicked over her, assessing. Not particularly, but I am curious. Amy tilted her head, schooling her expression into one of knowing fake amusement. Curious about what? Crow didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes lingered on her for a moment longer, like he was trying to puzzle something out. Finally, he said, I want to make a deal. Amy blinked. A deal? I'll explain later. Amy raised an eyebrow, but before she could press him for details, the headmistress turned her gaze on them. Mistake, the voice of the headmistress prompted in Amy. Okay. The voice of the headmistress prompted in Amy a barely resistible urge to bow her head. It felt like she was gazing at that random police officer whose face she had accidentally dropped hot coffee on. Bad memories. Amy gave a nod to Crow, which he returned, then turned away, leaving with the first years. Once Cylindra's eyes finally left her, Amy let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The headmistress was now gesturing for the first years to follow. The other 6 new Class S students hesitated, exchanging wary glances before stepping forward. Amy followed alongside them, keeping her posture relaxed, her expression unreadable. At this point, she was starting to get used to acting all the time. They walked through the vast, twisting halls of the academy, led by the headmistress herself. Students and instructors alike parted as they passed, some whispering in hushed tones. She supposed it wasn't every day that somebody got a personal tour from the Archmage Elindra. Amy barely paid attention. Instead, her mind wandered to the past. To herself, days before the goddess had decided to punish her for the horrific crime of trashing a manga online. To the moment she'd quit school at 16, walking out of the dreary classroom for the last time. Only a couple of days since I left, and yet here I am again. Here she was, stuck in another prison, just one with prettier chains. She flexed her fingers, exhaling through her nose. No use thinking about it. The past was the past, and the only thing she could do now was to move forward and figure out how the hell she was supposed to stop this world from falling apart. If only things could be easier. Fort Welder. If you're still here, how are we enjoying the story so far? Do you like it? Junior, you're supposed to be sleeping. You lied. Lied about what? Lied about going to sleep. Or lied about hating the book. Lied about what? Speak quickly. My lawyer has told me that I can't answer. Predictable answer. Predictable. Okay. Alright, I need to take a quick break. It feels like we're taking a break at almost every chapter, but it feels like it's been quite a long time, even though I think it's only been 30 minutes. Oh, I hope I'm saying this right. Garangsi. Hello, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to say that. 4 hours. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, but I feel like each chapter is about maybe 30 to 40 minutes reading time for me, I think, with all my little mess ups here and there. Hello, welcome to the channel. For all of our beautiful new minions. Hello. My name is Syndra. I am a Bakunawa VTuber. A Bakunawa is a serpent-like sea dragon from Filipino folklore, specifically a Central Philippines kind of thing. My voice is cute, thank you so much. Thank you. The Bakunawa is like I said, a serpent-like sea dragon. And I aspire to eat the moon. Did you know that the moon is not made of cheese, it's made of rock sugar? It's very sweet. Also, the stars are also sweet, like rock sugar. And that is why I eat them. Also, I like the way they light up. It has a nice, burning, intense feeling as it goes down my throat. Lie, Wallace confirmed this. Listen, I don't care what you say about Wallace and Gromit confirming that the moon is made of cheese. Okay? I am an all-powerful, godlike creature, okay? What I say is true. I would never lie to you. I would never lie to you about what the moon is made of. Wallace wins. No, Wallace does not win. Alright, I am going to take a quick break to refill my water because reading these stories is thirsty business. And have a nice little stretch because sitting down too long is not great. So I advise everyone else to do the same. Get up, have a stretch, get some water, use the potty. We will resume shortly. If you choose to stay here, we can have a staring contest. See you in a bit. Alright. I'm back. Who lost the contest? Who lost the staring contest? Tell me right now. I know I didn't lose. So refreshing. How's everyone feeling today? I know Mondays are not a lot of people's favorite days, because it's the start of most people's work weeks or school. Is my voice just putting everyone to sleep? I feel like that's what's just happened. Let's see. But yeah. I think I can probably go for another hour before I have to go. Maybe one more maybe one more chapter. Chapter 6, Gaspard's. The orientation tour with the Archmage, Archmage, had been enlightening. If by enlightening one meant discovering increasingly alarming ways to die within the Academy's grounds. And of course, the fourth floor of the Eastern Wing is strictly off limits unless you wish to experience temporal displacement, Elendra was saying, her voice oddly cheerful for someone describing what sounded like a horrific fate. Amy trailed behind the group of first years, maintaining a careful distance. The other 6 kept exchanging nervous glances, occasionally whispering to each other when they thought the headmistress wasn't paying attention. 2 girls had already introduced themselves to her in a somewhat awkward manner. She recognized Alba from the manga, a sweet pink-haired girl. The others she did not remember. Her name was Stella, and she had both red eyes and hair. She seemed to be rather close to Alba. She could tell by the way the others walked and behaved that those 2 girls were probably the only non-nobles in this group. It was actually quite interesting how it felt already like groups were being formed between the first years. The Royal Academy of Mystical Arts exists in multiple dimensional planes simultaneously, Elendra explained as they walked. What you see is merely the physical manifestation of a much larger magical construct. One of the new students, a tall boy with copper-colored skin and intricate markings along his temples, raised his hand. Ma'am, is it true that the school itself is sentient? Elendra's lips curved into the ghost of a smile. Not precisely, Mr. Talon. Although some might argue the point. As they turned a corner, the hallway opened into a circular chamber with 7 doors. each marked with a different elemental symbol. This, the headmistress said, is the Hall of Elements, where most of your practical training will take place. She gestured toward each door in turn. Fire, water, earth, air, light, shadow, and spirit. Your studies will encompass all 7, regardless of your personal affinities. Amy stared at the doors, recognizing them from the manga. Beyond each threshold lay specialized training chambers designed to harness and amplify particular magical energies. She remembered the spirit room in particular, a place where students with prophetic abilities spent hours in meditation. The headmistress continued the tour, leading them through training grounds, libraries that extended beyond the visible space, and commons areas where older students gathered to study or socialize. Throughout it all, Amy maintained her distance from the other first years, observing rather than engaging. Class S students have access to restricted areas of the academy, Headmistress Cylindra explained as they walked, including the Celestial Observatory, the Vault of Relics, and the archived record chambers. However, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the 6 new students. Such privileges come with heightened expectations. Any misuse will result in immediate probation. She certainly knows how to set the mood, the book whispered from her satchel. Quiet, I'm trying to listen, Amy murmured under her breath. Did you say something, Mistake? The headmistress asked, turning her penetrating gaze to Amy. No, ma'am, Amy replied, quickly straightening her posture. The headmistress studied her for a moment longer before continuing their tour. After what felt like hours of winding through the academy's impossible geometry, they arrived at a circular chamber with 7 doors, each marked with different arcane symbols. At the center of the room stood an elderly, stern-looking, bald man with a silver-streaked beard and piercing blue eyes. He wore a deep purple robe adorned with very expensive-looking jewelry. Ah, Venheim. Right on time. I'll leave them in your care, Alindra said, then turned toward the students. First years, this is Professor Vanheim, your lead instructor and the head of Class S. Make sure to treat him with the respect he deserves. Ah, this guy. I wonder why he wasn't at the ceremony. Thank you, Headmistress Cylindra. After nodding to each other, the woman walked away in the direction they had come from and rapidly disappeared from view. Welcome to the Academy, Professor Vanheim said. His voice deep and resonant. While you are under my tutelage, you will be pushed beyond your limits. Some of you will not remain in Class S by the end of the semester. Those who succeed will find themselves transformed in ways you cannot yet comprehend. Cheerful fellow, isn't he? The book commented. Amy resisted the urge to shush it again, instead focusing on keeping her expression impassive. Your other primary instructors will be Professor Kalen, whom you met at the ceremony, specializing in prophetic arts, Vanheim continued. Professor Lyrian, who will teach elemental manifestation, and Professor Drake, responsible for combat applications. As if on cue, 3 doors around the chamber opened simultaneously, and the mentioned instructors entered. Amy recognized Kalen with his unsettling white hair and black eyes. Beside him walked a petite woman with vibrant green hair that seemed to shift and flow like water. Presumably Professor Lyran. The third was a broad-shouldered man with burn scars covering half his face, a tail and wolf ears, and a mechanical prosthetic arm. Professor Drake, she assumed. We will now assess personally your baseline abilities, Professor Vanheim announced. This information will help us tailor your curriculum appropriately. But I thought our abilities were private, one of the first years began. A slender boy with cat ears. Your abilities are classified unless you choose to share them, yes, Vanheim interrupted. However, your instructors must obviously know what they're working with. The assessment is confidential and will be shared only among the teaching staff. Moreover, we already know your abilities. You took the entrance exam, remember? This is merely for us to acquaint ourselves more thoroughly with your powers. The boy fell silent, looking somewhat embarrassed. Each of you will be evaluated individually, Vanheim continued. The rest will wait here until called. Professor Vanheim pulled out a small crystal orb from his robe pocket and consulted it briefly. We'll start with Alba Silvermoon. The pink-haired girl Amy had noticed earlier stepped forward, her shoulders tensing visibly. With a gentle smile, Professor Lyran guided her through one of the 7 doors, the one marked with the symbol for light. Do try to relax while you wait, Professor Drake said to the remaining students, his voice surprisingly gentle despite his intimidating appearance. The assessment isn't a test you can fail, it's merely informational. The first years exchanged nervous glances, but said nothing. Amy leaned against a pillar, trying to appear casual while her mind raced. She needed to figure out exactly how to present her abilities once again. Have I been reading for more than 4 hours? No, we spent the first hour just talking, just chatting. So I've been reading for 3 hours. As the group waited for Alba to return from her assessment, the red-haired girl, Stella, who had introduced herself earlier with Alba, approached with a friendly smile. First time in a place like this? Stella asked, gesturing around at the ornate chamber. It's all pretty overwhelming, isn't it? I keep expecting someone to tap me on the shoulder and tell me there's been a mistake, she laughed nervously, tucking a strand of crimson hair behind her ear. It does feel surreal, Amy replied carefully. Do I need to keep the mysterious act even here, or can I just talk normally? I suppose it's better to keep it going, just in case. Can't risk breaking my character. Exactly, Stella's eyes lit up. I mean, temporal displacement, multiple dimensional planes. I'm still trying to wrap my head around not getting lost on the way to breakfast, let alone avoiding death by weird magical accidents. Amy nodded. The headmistress certainly has an interesting way of welcoming new students. So, Stella lowered her voice, leaning in slightly. What's your ability, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just curious since we're all Class S and everything. Before Amy could decide how to respond, a voice cut in from nearby. You know, it's considered extremely rude to ask about someone's ability outright in higher magical circles, said Talon, the copper-skinned boy with temple markings. He approached them with a slightly condescending smile. It's like asking someone about their family fortune or bedroom habits. But I suppose commoners wouldn't know proper etiquette. Stella's face flushed, almost as red as her hair. I didn't mean... Amy Stake. Professor Van Heim's voice cut through the conversation as he reappeared at one of the doorways. Alba followed behind him, looking slightly dazed but unharmed. You're next. Celie Leaf. Thank you for the follow. How are you, Celie? Please do take a break from time to time, plus been searching for a good storyteller to listen to. I have been taking breaks intermittently, yeah. Usually between chapters, I get up, stretch, refill my water. How are you doing, Celie? What have you been up to today? EB, I was a bit tired, but getting up every now and then and stretching does help. Especially, it was raining earlier, so that kind of piled on to the eepiness. But it stopped, so I'm okay now. Ooh, training for a new job. What job? Amy straightened, giving Stella an apologetic look. I should go. Good luck, Stella whispered, still flustered from Talon's interruption. Thanks. Ooh, pet hotel. That's gonna be interesting. To put it kindly. As Amy walked towards Professor Van Heim, she could hear Stella turning to confront Talon behind her, but the heavy door closed before she could catch what was being said. Professor Van Heim gestured for Amy to follow him through the doorway marked with the symbol for spirit. Unlike the other doors, which had opened to reveal well-lit chambers, this one led to a narrow, dimly lit corridor. This way, Miss Stake, he said. His tone clipped and efficient. Professor Kalin will be conducting your assessment, as he specializes in divination arts. Amy followed. The corridor twisted in a way that defied normal geometry, making her slightly dizzy. Spatial manipulation. Rather impressive work. Why is everything so unnecessary and weird in this world? Amy muttered under her breath. Looks cool. No other reason is necessary. The corridor finally opened into a circular room illuminated by soft blue light emanating from crystals embedded in the ceiling. Unlike the grand, imposing spaces they toured earlier, this room was intimate, almost austere in its simplicity. In the center stood a stone table with strange markings etched into its surface. Around the perimeter, shelves held various artifacts, crystal balls, ancient texts, and containers of what looked like liquid starlight. Professor Kalin was already waiting. His unsettling black eyes seemed to absorb the blue light rather than reflect it. Beside him stood Professor Larian, her flowing green hair now contained in an elaborate braid. Mistake. Kalen's voice was soft, yet somehow carried an undercurrent that made the hair on Amy's arms stand up. Welcome to the seer's chamber. Amy inclined her head in acknowledgement, trying to project calm confidence while internally scrambling to decide exactly how to present her abilities. I initially planned to use the Veritas mirror for your assessment, Kaelin continued, gesturing to a familiar ornate mirror resting against the far wall. The same one she had encountered during her inscription test. However, after reviewing your entrance examination more thoroughly, I believe a different approach would be more illuminating. The Veritas mirror, what exactly does it do? Last time, she had asked, and they had told her somewhat politely to shove it. Her curiosity hadn't disappeared yet, though. It's quite complicated, Kaelin's lips quirked in what might have been amusement. Simply speaking, it reflects the truth of one's magical essence. Most find it confronting, but that's not our concern today. He moved to a cabinet and removed what appeared to be a small wooden box inlaid with silver. When he opened it, Amy saw what looked like a collection of smooth, dark stones arranged in a spiral pattern. The Nexus stones, Professor Lyrian explained, noticing Amy's curious glance. They respond to temporal disturbances and prophetic energies. Perfect for assessing Seer's capabilities, though very, very expensive. Kaelin placed the box on the stone table and turned to Amy. Your entrance examination indicated that your abilities allow you to see convergent points, moments where choices matter, and that you follow non-temporal signs to guide yourself through these choices. Is that correct? Amy nodded, mentally rehearsing the description of her supposed powers that she'd been refining. You are such an interesting creature, Amy, Kaelin murmured, his black eyes unnervingly fixed on her. Holy fuck, this guy is creepy. Kaelin exchanged a glance with Professor Lyrian before returning back to Amy. Please approach the table. Amy stepped forward, keeping her breathing steady despite her racing heart. Place your hands on either side of the box, he instructed. Then close your eyes and attempt to access your abilities. Focus on the stones. They will help channel your prophetic energies. Amy did as instructed, placing her palms flat on the cool stone table and flanking the wooden box. She closed her eyes, feeling slightly ridiculous as she pretended to concentrate. What am I supposed to do now? Fake it. Look within. The power's there, even if you don't understand it yet. Amy suppressed a sigh and tried to clear her mind, not really expecting anything to happen after yesterday's failures. To her surprise, she began to feel a subtle warmth spreading from her hands into the table, as if the stone were drawing something from her. Interesting. Kaelin's voice seemed distant now. Continue. The sensation intensified, a gentle pulling that gradually grew more insistent. Amy felt a strange pressure building behind her eyes, not painful, but disorienting, like trying to focus on something just outside her field field of vision. "What do you see?" Lyrian asked, her voice sounding as if it came from underwater. Amy hesitated, uncertain whether to fabricate something or admit she saw nothing. Then it happened. The darkness behind her closed eyes shifted, sprouting tendrils of light that branched and intertwined like a vast, luminous web. Each intersection glowed more brightly than the connecting strands, pulsing with potential. "I see connections," Amy heard herself say, her voice sounding strange to her own ears. "Can you follow any particular thread?" Kaelin pressed. Amy tried to focus on one of the glowing intersections. The effort sent a sharp pain lancing through her temples. But the strand brightened in response. "Yes," she said, gritting her teeth slightly against the increasing pressure. "But it's difficult. Taxing." She attempted to trace the thread further, curiosity overcoming her caution. The pressure behind her eyes intensified to near pain. The sweat beaded on her forehead. The thread led to another nexus, this one burning so brightly she could barely perceive its shape. Something about it felt significant, urgent. But when she tried to focus on it, the connection snapped with an almost inaudible crack in her mind. Amy gasped, her eyes flying open as she stumbled back from the table. The room spun around her, and she might have fallen if Professor Lyrian hadn't steadied her with a surprisingly strong grip. "Mommy?" "Take it easy," Lyrian murmured. "Ability, Fate's Sight, has increased to level 2. The book's voice resounded in her mind in a fully robotic way. Amy blinked in confusion. Level 2, that easily, after an entire night of trying to do this shit. "Remarkable," Kaelin was saying, studying the Nexus stones, which had rearranged themselves into a new pattern. "You have unusual potency for an untrained sealer." Amy steadied herself, trying to process what had just happened. She hadn't been faking. Something had actually occurred, something beyond her control or understanding. "The stones rarely respond so dramatically," Kaelin continued, his black eyes fixed on her with new intensity. "What exactly did you perceive?" "Threads," Amy said, deciding to stick as close to the truth as possible. "Connecting points of significance. When I tried to follow one thread to its conclusion, it became too overwhelming." Kaelin nodded slowly. As expected, prophetic abilities are among the most physically and mentally taxing forms of magic. Without proper training and conditioning, extended use can lead to severe consequences. He closed the box containing the now rearranged stones and set it aside. "You will need to develop both strength and restraint, Miss Stake. Your potential is considerable, but so are the risks." Professor Van Heim, who had been observing silently from the doorway, now stepped forward. "We'll incorporate specialized endurance training into your regimen. Physical conditioning is essential for seers. The body must be strong enough to channel prophetic energies without burning out." Amy nodded, secretly dismayed at the prospect of physical training. She had always hated sports. "One more thing," Kaelin said, stepping closer to Amy. "Did you encounter any resistance during your vision? Any sense of being blocked or diverted? Amy hesitated, trying to interpret his question. I'm not sure what you mean. Sometimes, Kalen explained, his voice dropping to an almost intimate level. Other forces in the prophetic realm can interfere with a seer's perceptions, particularly when exploring certain sensitive paths. There was something in his tone, a probing quality that put Amy instantly on edge. No, Amy said carefully. Just my own limitations, I think. As you said, I'm untrained. Kalen studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable, then abruptly smiled. A gesture that did nothing to warm his unsettling black eyes. By the way, did you know that my nephew, Zaid, is also a seer? Oh, that's his uncle. The only other student with prophetic abilities in Class S. Amy kept her expression neutral, though inwardly she tensed at the mention of Zaid. In the manga, he had been a side character who later became significant to the plot, though not in a totally positive way. Quite grey, in fact. The Gaspard family has a long tradition of prophetic magic, Kalen continued, watching closely. In fact, we maintain something of a superior expertise in the field. It's exceedingly rare for someone without Gaspard blood to manifest true seer abilities. Cute way to say monopoly. Amy wasn't particularly good at reading people, but she clearly understood that her existence wasn't something they liked at the moment. I wasn't aware, Amy lied smoothly. I'm the first in my family to show any magical aptitude at all. Indeed, Kalen's smile remained fixed. How fascinating. Perhaps you and Zaid could become acquaintances. I'm sure he would find your perspective on prophetic methods quite illuminating. The suggestion was delivered pleasantly, but Amy detected an undercurrent of something that made her instinctively wary. It was the same feeling she had while reading the shipper's comment, but way more creepy and scary. Indeed, perhaps, she replied neutrally. He's trying to ship her with his nephew. He's trying to set them up. Silence followed her words, and the two of them found themselves staring into each other's eyes for what felt like more than seconds. Well then, Professor Vanheim interjected in their staring contest. That concludes your assessment, Mistake. You may return to the waiting area while we complete the evaluation of your classmates. Amy nodded, relieved to be dismissed, and turned toward the door. Oh, and Miss Stake, Kalen called after her. When she looked back, his black eyes seemed to bore into her. Do take care with those visions. Some paths are best left unexplored, especially by those who might not fully understand what they're seeing. Amy maintained her composure as she exited, but when she was back in the twisting corridor, she released a shaky breath. Well, that was intense, and also quite interesting. Did you actually experience a vision, or were you acting? I was mostly truthful this time, Amy whispered, keeping her voice low. Something actually happened. What did you mean by level 2? Self-explanatory, really. You leveled up. Congratulations. I see, Amy muttered. We need to have a conversation later about this system thing. I don't fully understand how it works. That would indeed be recommended. It will definitely help you with your future classes as well. Amy sighed. Speaking of classes, I need to be careful around that creepy dude, and apparently around Zaid too. Indeed, one more thing to add to your growing list of concerns. Thanks for the reminder, Amy replied dryly. As if I needed more complications. She paused before re-entering the waiting chamber, taking a moment to compose herself. Despite the exhaustion weighing on her limbs and the lingering headache from what had just happened, she forced her expression into one of calm detachment. This shitty manga was becoming more and more complex by the hour. The timelines she knew from the story were already shifting, and it had only been a single day. Kaylin hadn't even appeared in the original story. At least in the published chapters she had read, which were 225. Right now she was at chapter 152. I'm combining words now. Jesus Christ. Which meant she had 70 chapters left of knowledge. So little, and yet so much was probably going to become obsolete if more things kept changing at such a rapid rate. The worst part was that she couldn't do anything about it. It was she, after all, who provoked these changes. The reason why Kaylin was here was probably due to her choosing Seer as her ability. And after that conversation where he not so subtly asked for her and Zane to get close together. Zaid, not Zane. If it wasn't obvious before, it was confirmed now. He was here for her. Adapt or die, she whispered to herself, then pushed open the door to rejoin her fellow first years, mentally preparing for whatever new challenges awaited. How dramatic. Though not entirely inaccurate, I suppose. Amy returned to the waiting area, carefully maintaining her composed expression, despite the throbbing headache pulsing behind her eyes. Amy moved to a corner of the chamber, leaning against a pillar and closing her eyes briefly. The vision, or whatever it had been, had left her drained in a way she hadn't expected. The sensation reminded her of how she'd felt after staring at a computer screen for too many hours, except amplified tenfold. Are you all right? The book asked from her satchel, its voice low. Not really, Amy muttered, keeping her voice to a barely audible whisper. That was intense. You should rest while you can. I suspect your day is far from over. Amy couldn't argue with that. She slid down the pillar until she was sitting on the floor, drawing her knees up to her chest and letting her head rest against the cool stone. From this position, she could observe the others' first years without being too oblivious about it. Wait, she slid down the pillar until she was sitting on the floor, knees to chest, head against stone. I don't understand this position. I am confused. Okay. Alba, the pink-haired girl who'd already completed her assessment, sat on a bench nearby, fidgeting with the hem of her uniform jacket. She kept glancing at the door through worry evident in her expression. The remaining two students, Talon and another boy with silver white hair, whose name Amy hadn't caught yet, stood together near one of the other doors, speaking in hushed tones. The sound of a door opening caused Amy to turn her attention. Stella emerged from her assessment, her face flushed and her hair slightly disheveled, as if she'd been running or exerting herself significantly. She spotted Alba immediately and hurried over to her friend, dropping onto the bench beside her and speaking in animated but low voices. "Lysander Nightfall," Professor Vanheim called, and the silver-haired boy detached himself from Talon's side with a confident stride. Okay. One by one, the remaining students were called for their assessment. Amy remained in her corner, conserving her energy and observing. Talon returned from his assessment looking oddly shaken, his copper skin ashen. The final student, a slender girl with dark purple hair and eyes to match, came back with a serene expression that revealed nothing. Finally, when all 6 first years had completed their assessments, the professors returned to the chamber. Professor Vanheim stood at the center, flanked by Callan, Larian, and Drake. "Your baseline evaluations are complete," Vanheim announced. "Your results and specialized training regimens will be finalized by tomorrow morning. For now, you will join the second-year students for an introductory session." "Follow me," Professor Drake said, stepping forward. "The second years are waiting." The 6 first years fell into line behind Larian, with Amy positing herself at the back of the group. As they walked, Professor Kalin fell into step beside her. "Mistake. Oh my fucking god, leave me alone." "Yes, sir." "Do you know what the most important quality is for those who follow fate?" Amy tilted her head. Silence stretched between them. When it was obvious she was not responding, Kalin opened his mouth. "Intuition," he said with a smile, containing no warmth at all. What is this weirdo getting at? Also, why is he so goddamn creepy? "Mistake. Do you want to know what my intuition says about you?" "What might that be, sir?" "That you are a liar," he said, his voice pitched low enough so that only she can hear. "I don't know in which way or how, but I can feel it. It's both interesting and slightly unnerving." "Well, it was nice meeting you, Amy. We had a good time, but alas, all things come to an end." "You are stronger than what you look, aren't you?" "What? What?" "A word of advice. Hiding your powers will only make others doubt your identity, especially in the times we live in." Before Amy could respond, he had already moved ahead to walk alongside Professor Vanheim, leaving her with an uneasy feeling crawling up her spine. "You really are quite something, aren't you? A misunderstanding magnet of some sort. Saving the world might be either the easiest or hardest job for a creature like you." If only he knew how right and wrong he was. Amy decided not to think further about whatever that had been, and instead kept waiting, kept walking. Loganiri. Loganiri, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. How are you? How was your stream? Did you finish your game yet? Did you continue that game today, or did you play something new? I think I spelled that right. Yes, I did. I did. Yes. Game's not finished yet. It seems like quite a long game. "200 days." Hello everyone, hello raiders, welcome in. I am Syndra, Bakunawa VTuber. Bakunawa is a serpent-like sea dragon from Filipino folklore, specifically Central Philippines. I'm very happy to meet you all. Spent like more than half the stream just chatting and yapping, so also your fault, I guess. Yes, just chatting will definitely extend gameplay, but your community is there for you, not just the game, so that's all that matters. We never gamed, it was always a just chatting stream. Yes, the gaming was just a ruse. A little bit about myself, aside from being a Bakunawa who aspires to eat the moon. I am a singer-songwriter. I have not released anything yet, so please don't go looking for it. I'm a little slow at finishing my work, and I'm also trying to get a new mic. So I'm saving up right now for new mics, for a new mic and a Go XLR. I also write ASMR scripts, and I am an upstart VTuber manager. I have one person that I manage right now. Hold on. When they showered me with love, just so I went. Was that directed at me in any way? Oh, the dude. No. That was just a general statement for everyone else. That was a general statement for everyone else. Oh, also, Loganiri, because I know you're interested in my Temi sculpture, I am going to be baking it today and probably painting it later tonight. If not, I'll probably paint it tomorrow during the day. And once it dries, I will post it in my server. If anyone wants to stick around, feel free to follow. And exclamation point Discord for my server. If anyone wants to join, I hang out in there sometimes while I'm writing new ASMR scripts or song lyrics or just vibing, playing Palia. Thank you so much for the follows. I'm gonna call you Save, or is it like Savix? I don't know. Hi, hello, welcome in. Welcome, my new little minions. Save is good, awesome. Awesome. Well, I'm in the DC now, can't wait to see your work. Thank you. I actually have a few paintings that I can post in there as well. I don't know if I posted them in there yet. I probably haven't. But yeah, my paintings are weird and interesting. Um, so yeah, I'll be posting some of the stuff that I've done in there later today. Thank you again for the raid. If you need to go like to sleep or eat or anything like that, you don't have to stick around. Thank you so much. Go take care of yourself. Get your after stream care. I'm gonna start to cook dinner. Have a good rest of the stream and good night. Bye. Thank you so much. Have a good dinner. Thank you. Now I feel like I need to. I'm gonna do. I was going to actually end after finishing this chapter, but if you guys are interested, I can read another chapter. I don't know if you guys are interested in like ASMR. Have an awesome stream. Alright. Bye, Loganari. Loganiri, not Ari. Iri. Well, if you're gonna read, I'm allergic. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna read one more chapter. Chapter 7. The red looming on the horizon. Take a sip. The group proceeded through a series of increasingly elaborate corridors until they arrived at a massive double door made of reflective crystal with the sign marking 708. The Sanctum of Convergence, Professor Vanheim announced. Class S's primary study and practice facility, where most of your theoretical lessons will take place. Class Sanctum of Convergence. Can't they just call it Room 708 or something? He placed his palm against the center of the doors, which slowly swung inward, revealing a vast, airy chamber with tall windows that offered impressive views of the academy grounds. The room was arranged like an amphitheater, with tiered seating circling a central platform. And there, already occupying various seats around the room, were the Class S second-year students. Amy immediately spotted Crow seated at a table near one of the room's large windows, surrounded by his usual group, Ash, Lyra, and Lane. Several spots away, a slender, dark-haired boy sat alone, absorbed in ancient text. Zaid, she presumed. The other second years were distributed throughout the space, some studying alone, others in small clusters. Professor Vanheim cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Second years, these are your new classmates. I expect you to show them the courtesy befitting fellow members of Class S. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Some of the second years looked merely curious, others openly appraising, and a few, including Lyra, probably because of jealousy, tense. As Professor Vanheim concluded his introduction, the first years remained standing awkwardly at the entrance, while the second years observed them with varying degrees of interest. I'll leave them in your capable hands, Lyrian, Vanheim said, nodding to the green-haired professor. Kaelin, Drake, We have matters to discuss. The three male professors departed, leaving Professor Lyrian alone with the students. Her flowing green hair seemed to catch non-existent breezes as she moved gracefully to the center platform. I need to get whatever shampoo she uses. Please, first years, find seats wherever you like, she said, her melodic voice carrying effortlessly through the large chamber. Today's session will be relatively informal, an orientation to special abilities and their place in magical theory. Amy watched as the other first years dispersed. Alba and Stella predictably stuck together, choosing seats near the front. Talon positioned himself strategically among a group of second years who appeared to be from noble families, while Lysander, another guy, and the purple-haired girl, whose name Amy still didn't know, selected isolated spots. Following their lead, Amy chose a seat at the back of the room, as far from Zaid and Crow's group as possible, while still maintaining a clear view of Professor Lyrian. She set her satchel on the empty table beside her, allowing the book access to observe the proceedings. Not that it probably mattered, since it didn't have eyes to see like humans do. Professor Lyrian waited until everyone was settled before beginning. Today, we'll be discussing the fundamental nature of special abilities, what separates them from conventional magic, how they interact with magical theory, and why they manifest in certain individuals. She waved her hand, and an intricate diagram appeared in the air above the platform. Amy had no idea what this was supposed to represent. Magic, at its core, is the manipulation of natural energies, Lyrian explained. Through study and practice, any person with sufficient aptitude can learn to channel these energies to produce specific effects, what we call spells. The diagram shifted, the flows rearranging themselves into more ordered patterns. Special abilities, however, she continued, gesturing to the bright nodes, are innate expressions of magical potential that manifest in unique ways. They cannot be taught or learned through conventional means. They are inherent to the individual. Amy's eyes felt heavy as she watched the dancing lights of the diagram. Maintaining focus was proving difficult. The professor's voice seemed to drift in and out of her awareness. The class has only just begun. I'm surprised you find it dull already. Amy rubbed her eyes. I just hate school that much. Always have, she mumbled, stifling a yawn. Plus, I barely slept last night, and that assessment drained whatever energy I had left. Understandable, but perhaps you should make an effort. This information could be relevant to your situation. Amy glanced down at her satchel. How relevant? On a scale from waste of time to if I don't listen to this slop, I'm gonna probably fucking die. Considering the nature of your particular abilities, which you still don't fully understand, I'd say it falls somewhere in the middle. Not immediately critical, but potentially helpful. Amy sighed. Fine. She forced herself to straighten up and focused on Professor Lyrian, who was now explaining the classification system for special abilities. Which brings us to the 5 primary categories: physical enhancement, elemental affinity, mental projection, reality manipulation, and prophetic insight. Lyrian's floating diagram had transformed into a pentagram with different colored sections. Most registered abilities fall within these categories, though there are always exceptions that defy defy neat classification. A few of the second years were taking notes, but many, especially those sitting near Crow, appeared to be only half listening. This was clearly review material for them. What makes special abilities so fascinating, Lyrian continued, is their independence from conventional magical training. A person with little magical education might possess an extraordinarily powerful special ability, while a master mage might have none at all. She paused, scanning the room. However, when magical training is combined with a developed special ability, the results can be impressive, which is precisely why you are all here. The floating diagram shifted again, this time forming a complex spiral that pulsed with rainbow light. Unlike spells which draw upon external energies, special abilities channel power directly from the wielder's magical core. This makes them more efficient, but also more taxing. Overexertion can lead to severe consequences, magical burnout being the most common. Amy found her attention drifting again despite her best efforts. The material wasn't uninteresting, but her fatigue was overwhelming. She pinched her arm hard, trying to stay alert. Professor Lyrian spent the next hour covering the theoretical foundations of special abilities, their historical significance, and their varied manifestations across different cultures. Occasionally, she would call on students, mostly second years, to provide examples or clarifications. Finally, mercifully, she concluded the lecture. That concludes our overview for today, Professor Lyrian announced, dissolving the magical diagram with a graceful wave of her hand. Tomorrow, we'll begin with more practical applications in a session titled Channeling Techniques for Special Abilities at 9 o'clock sharp. Your complete schedules will be distributed tomorrow morning. As the students began gathering their belongings, the professor added, "First years, I suggest you use what remains of the day to explore the academy, within the unrestricted areas, of course, and familiarize yourself with its layout. Second years, please make yourselves available to answer any questions they might have." Amy slowly rose from her seat, her limbs heavy with exhaustion. She slipped her satchel over her shoulder, eager to find her dormitory and collapse into bed for a few hours before dinner. She was done dealing with this bullshit. She just wanted to lie down and not think about anything, not the Gaspards, nor her somewhat useless ability, nor the fact that she had been isekai'd into a fantasy world and was just supposed to accept it, and definitely nothing related to the main plot or the end of the world. The only thing she desired was to rot in bed and do nothing else. But alas, things rarely worked out in the way she wanted. Crow was now watching her with that same thoughtful expression from earlier. After a brief exchange with his companions, he stood and walked deliberately toward her. "Here comes trouble." Amy let out a long sigh and put on a neutral expression on her face. Crow stopped a respectful distance away, his golden eyes assessing. "Amy," he said, pronouncing her name carefully, "I believe we have a conversation to finish." Amy raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. "The deal you mentioned?" "Yes." His gaze flicked briefly around the room, "but not here. There's a balcony through those doors." He nodded toward a set of glass doors partially hidden behind a curtain of hanging vines. "More private." "Lead the way," she said, with a casual shrug. "Hold up, Crow." Ash jogged up to them, his golden eyes bright with curiosity. Aren't you going to introduce us properly? Crow gave him a flat look. No. So mean, Ash grinned, falling into step beside them. Come on, I want to talk to our junior. Crow sighed but didn't talk any further. In his language, that meant something like, do whatever you want. Ash turned his dazzling smile on her. Well, hello. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Ashwin, but everyone calls me Ash. Before Amy could respond, two more figures joined their small procession. Lyra, with her distinctive wild auburn curls, held Lane's hand, pulling her forward. I see the ambush is complete, Crow remarked dryly. It's hardly an ambush when you're discussing academy business in academy spaces, right? Lyra countered. Her tone clipped. She regarded Amy with badly disguised suspicion. Hello, I'm Lyra, and this is Lane. Nice to meet you. Lane nodded, with a blank and entirely unreadable expression. If Amy didn't know she was so timid that even muttering a few words was a colossal task, she would have been intimidated by her beautiful appearance and the cold atmosphere around her. Amy, she said with a controlled smile, it's nice to meet you too. Gonna keep a healthy distance from the main cast, she said. Hilarious that she even thought it was her choice. Amy resisted the urge to smack her bag. Crow led them through the glass doors onto a wide stone balcony. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the space, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of unfamiliar blossoms. From this vantage point, Amy could see the sprawling academy grounds, gardens with plants that shifted colors as she watched, training fields where older students practiced combat techniques, and in the distance, the glittering dome of the Celestial Observatory. It would have been beautiful if she weren't so exhausted and irritated. Crow leaned against the stone railing, his posture deceptively casual. Behind him, Ash perched, I called him ass. Ash perched on the balustrade with reckless ease, while Lyra remained near the doorway, arms crossed. Lane hovered silently beside her, her dark eyes observing everything but revealed nothing. Well, this is intriguing, Amy remarked, adopting a relaxed stance while, despite her internal alertness, 4 against 1, should I be concerned? Ash laughed. If we wanted to intimidate you, we'd have brought Iris. She's the scary one. Ash, Crow said, his tone carrying a hint of warning. What? I'm just being friendly, Ash shrugged, still grinning. Besides, the newbie has a point. This does look like we're about to steal her lunch. Crow scratched his head at that before clearing his throat in a somewhat awkward manner. I just wished to ensure privacy. What I wanted to discuss is sensitive. Amy raised an eyebrow. Well, you have my attention. A foreboding feeling took over her. She had an idea of what he wanted, considering the fact that her being a seer had altered already so much. It was actually quite obvious why he was here, and she didn't like it. Not because it was bad, but because of what it meant. Lyra stepped forward, her brown eyes narrowing. Before he says anything else, who exactly are you? Please don't take offense, but isn't this all just too coincidental? You met Crow randomly at a tea house and somehow qualified for Class S. Just when we needed someone of your supposed capabilities. Lyra, Crow sighed. No, it's a fair question, Ash interjected, his face becoming serious, with no trace of his usual grin. As Lyra said, we don't mean to put you on the spot, Amy, but please understand that you are quite easy to be suspicious of. Honestly fair. Reap what you sow, huh? So much for the mysterious act. Should have gone with Brain Dead Jr. I'm not sure what answer would satisfy you, Amy said with a deliberately troubled expression. My name is Amy Stake. I qualified for Class S the same way you all did, by passing the trials. As for needing my capabilities, she paused. Allowing a small smile, are you perhaps referring to my foresight? Ash's eyebrows shot up. So you just said it. Just like that. I was expecting at least some denial or mysterious hinting. Amy met his gaze steadily. You already knew. Denying it would waste everyone's time. Lyra's suspicion seemed to deepen, and you just freely admit it to people you barely know. At this, Amy shrugged. It isn't necessarily a secret, just something I like to conceal whenever possible. If I truly did not want anyone to know, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Guys, let's focus on what matters, Crow said, his voice cutting through the tension. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small object wrapped in dark cloth. Carefully, he unwrapped it, revealing a golden key that gleamed in the afternoon sun. As expected, it's that object. Fuck. Interesting. In the original story, he approached Zaid with this, didn't he? The book was right. This was a deviation from the manga. In the original story, Crow had sought out Zaid's help with the golden key, but this time he'd come to her. Something about the key triggered a sense of deja vu in Amy. She'd seen it before, in the manga, obviously. It was a plot point after all, one she didn't like. But there was something else, a strange familiarity that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. She pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on Crow's words. This key that you told me you saw in one of your visions, he said, holding it up between them. We discovered it during an expedition to the northern ruins last semester. Professor Vanheim allowed me to keep it for independent study. It's been driving him crazy for months, Ash added with a grin. He's tried every magical analysis technique in the book, and found nothing conclusive. Crow admitted with a frown. Historical records, magical analysis, and even discreet consultations with professors. We've been trying everything to find out what it is. And now you're turning to prophetic methods, Amy concluded. She studied the key again, trying to ignore the nagging sense that she had seen it, not only in the manga, but somewhere else too. Weird. I believe it's connected to something hidden in the academy, but I can't determine what or where. Why me? Amy asked, unable to contain her curiosity. There's another seer in our class. Zaid Gaspard, right? Wouldn't he be better equipped to help you? Crow's expression darkened. Zaid and I have a complicated relationship. We're not enemies, but not exactly friends either. It might sound crazy, Ash interjected with a mischievous smile, but he trusts you. A suspicious, complete stranger, more than he trusts Zaid. Amy tried to remember why that was the case. It took her a few moments before she remembered Zaid was a Gaspard, and Crow was very wary of them because he suspected they were related to the disappearance of his father. I see. Lucky me. So, can you do it? Amy already knew what this key could open from reading the manga, so yeah, she could just tell them. But of course, there was no point in outright giving them the knowledge. Instead, she could use this situation to her advantage. Probably, she announced. The single word hung in the air, causing visible surprise among the second years. Crow's eyebrows lifted slightly, while Ash's jaw actually dropped open. Lyra's eyes narrowed further, if that was even possible. Probably, Crow repeated, his tone careful. Just like that. You haven't even examined the key properly. Amy shrugged, maintaining her neutral expression, despite the growing satisfaction she felt at all their reactions. I don't need to. How can you be so certain? Lyra pressed, stepping forward. Prophetic magic doesn't work that way. It's not immediate. It requires ritual, focus, preparation. Amy, Crow cut through. His eyes were fixed on Amy, and he seemed to be deliberating over something. Seconds passed before he opened his mouth. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is your power? It feels so nice when things just fall into place. That was what she wanted. It took a lot of willpower to stop her lips from curling upwards. Thank you, Crow. Now I can finally refine my ability. I'm already almost done with my water. This was indeed the perfect moment to tell them what she had discussed with the book this morning. This conversation would be 100% added to the next chapter. It was time to level up. I can see the future I want to reach, she explained carefully, constructing her explanation in a way that would sound mystical, yet vague enough to cover any inconsistencies. I follow the general paths of fate through signs to reach my objective. Lane, who had remained silent until now, spoke in her soft, barely audible voice. You can manipulate fate. Not manipulate, Amy corrected, recalling how her supposed powers should work. More like navigate it. Crow studied her for a long moment, his golden eyes intense. Yesterday, you called me a sign. Does this mean finding me was a result of you needing to go to the academy? Yes, though I wasn't especially looking for you. My powers don't tell me the details of the way, they just tell me the destination and how to get there. I see, his brows furrowed for some inexplicable reason. You don't realize how scary the words you just said are, right? What is this book talking about? Silence stretched, and the conversation seemed to come to a halt. Lyra and Ash were looking at each other with unreadable expressions, and Lane did not let her gaze dart away from Amy, not even for a single second. Meanwhile, Crow was deep in thought. Okay, what the hell is going on? Girl, you are already so suspicious and potentially dangerous in their eyes. And now you go and tell them that your power basically allows you to reach any objective you wish to achieve. This poses an obvious question. Was this conversation a coincidence? Or was it one step toward whatever you're planning? Wait. What? Wait. That actually sounds kind of scary. That actually sounds like a cool power, and I want it. I would love that kind of power. Please, if there is a God, give me this power. I could really use it. Then, Crow finally broke the silence. You can lead us to the thing that key opens, right? Probably. Probably, huh? Ash repeated, still somewhat thoughtful. Taking a few more seconds to think about something, he took a deep breath and stared directly into Amy's eyes. What do you want in exchange? What do you offer? Crow straightened. I can pay you, of course. Name your price. Amy pretended to consider this while inwardly amused. Money? What would she even do with it? She could probably just beg the book for funds if she really needed them. Why did I suddenly have a bad premonition? I love the book. Amy suppressed a smile at the book's commentary. How much would you be willing to pay? She asked, not really caring about the answer. What she wanted was another thing. She did not need money for nothing since 50 gold crowns if you're successful. Amy blinked. A primal urge, just as cavemen felt fear when they laid their eyes on fire, or babies felt reassurance when they noticed the touch of their mothers for the first time. Amy felt, at that instant, something with the same intensity. It took all of her willpower and more to not accept outright. She knew from reading the manga how much money that truly was, and she could not believe it. Why is the protagonist so damn fucking loaded? It took a moment for her mind to catch up, and remember that Lane was the daughter and future heir of a noble, and that everyone in Class S were literally the future heads of the world. Of course they had money. Still, 50 gold crowns was beyond excessive. Wasn't that like the cost of a house plus enough to survive for like a year without doing any work? God or goddess, give me strength, because I will truly need it. Future me, forgive me for what I'm about to do. I don't want your money, Amy interrupted, surprising herself with how easily the words came out, despite the amount of pain she felt inside as she uttered them. How about this? I'll help you, but in exchange, I want a favor. Yep, a favor. That was exactly what she needed. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Crow was the most important person in this world. He was the protagonist. After all, having that person owe you a favor could only mean good things. She could ask for money, and so much more if she needed to. Yep, the best choice. A favor. Crow's expression was excessively guarded. Amy even felt a little hurt by that. Who do you think I am? What kind? Said Ash, mirroring Crow's expression. I don't know yet, Amy replied with deliberate mysteriousness, staying in character. But when I need something, I'd like to be able to call on you for help. Crow studied her for a long moment with the same totally unfairly guarded expression. I can agree to that. Crow. Lyra was about to object, but Crow interjected with his hand, signaling to let him continue. With some limitations. Nothing illegal, nothing that would harm others, and nothing that would compromise my principles. Is that acceptable? Amy acted like she was thinking about it, making the atmosphere somewhat tense. Then she simply nodded her head with a smile on her lips. That is acceptable, she finally said. I see. Crow shifted his black eyes, studying Amy's face with an intensity that made her want to squirm. On the other hand, the others looked somewhat relieved by her answer. Could you? Crow continued, then paused, seeming to reconsider his words. Would it be possible for you to do it right now? Help us find what the key opens. Amy tilted her head, considering. Part of her wanted nothing more than to collapse. I was going to say capitalize on the situation. Collapse into bed and forget about everything for a few hours. But another part, the part that knew how important and dangerous this plot point was, recognized the opportunity. She made a show of closing her eyes. Seconds pass. I see, she murmured, opening her eyes again. The first sign should be at the entrance of the Class B edifice. Class B, Ash repeated, exchanging a quick glance with Crow. Are you sure? Amy nodded with confidence. That's where we need to start. We should meet there during the break tomorrow. We'll be there. Well then, Amy said, fighting back a yawn. If there's nothing else, I really should head back to my room. It's been a long day. See you all tomorrow. She turned to leave, feeling their gazes follow her as she made her way through the glass doors and back into the now empty sanctum. That went better than expected, wouldn't you say? When the next chapter updates, you will receive a substantial change to your powers. I guess, she mumbled, dragging her feet toward the exit, though I still can't believe I turned down 50 gold crowns. That physically hurt. I was also confused by that. You're not exactly rich, are you? In fact, you don't have any money at all. You've been surviving on nothing but my expenses. I really needed that favor. Really? No. Yes, so please, continue taking care of me, oh my benefactor. Sigh. As she navigated the academy's winding hallways, Amy's thoughts drifted to the conversations they'd just had. And then back to the key. Her chest tightened. I hate this. Her hands trembled, as little as she remembered what was coming. In the manga, the seemingly minor mystery, a golden key found in ancient ruins, had appeared at first like something important, yet not a priority, just a side adventure for Crow and his friends. And yet, that simple key would officially kick off the first act of the manga's second arc. Amy shuddered, remembering the gruesome panels depicting the massacre of 13 Class B students, their bodies arranged in ritual formation. She remembered making fun of it back when she'd reviewed that chapter, criticizing the excessive gore as a cheap shock. But now that she was here, in this world... I don't know if I'm ready for this, she whispered, her voice barely audible even to herself. Things have been stressful, sure, but relatively safe so far. No one has died yet. No blood on my hands. But from now on... Amy paused at a window that overlooked the academy grounds, bathed in late afternoon light. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, closing her eyes. I know how the story goes. I've seen what happens next, and now I'm guiding them right to it. Will I be able to stop it, I wonder? You could always walk away, you know. Ah. And wait till I die on Doomsday. You won't feel pain, and neither will I. If the end of the world arrives, will you die too? Indeed, but worry not, for I feel no fear of death. But really, think about it, about leaving. There's a place where you could stay, far in the north. If necessary, I will also provide you with everything you need. Though you shouldn't be too shameless. I'd rather you not take for granted the things that It's all right. She opened her eyes while pushing herself away from the window and continued walking. As much as I find it desirable to just abandon all my problems and run away, I don't want death for either me or you. I'm not a hero, nor anything resembling one, but I still hate the idea of someone, and especially you, dying because of my cowardice. Amy left the building and trudged toward the edifice, where her dormitory was situated. The journey passed in a blur, and in the span of what felt like seconds, she was a few steps away from it. The corridor stretched before her, silent and empty, much like the path she now found herself on. Only when she finally reached the door to her room did the book speak again, its voice carrying the same robotic tint it had this morning. Your sentiment is unexpected and somewhat incomprehensible, but not unwelcome. Amy didn't respond as she pushed open the door, too exhausted to further conversation. She dropped her satchel containing the book onto the nightstand before collapsing face first onto the mattress. The soft bedding enveloped her, and for a moment, all the worries about golden keys, ritual murders, and the end of the world faded into the background. You should probably remove your shoes before sleeping. Amy responded eloquently, not moving an inch. And your uniform will get wrinkled. She groaned, but managed to kick off her shoes, which tumbled to the floor with soft thuds. Happy now. Ecstatic. And that's the end of chapter 7. Thank you everyone for dropping in today and the new follows. Thank you again to Loganiri for the raid. I appreciate it very much. I'll be back tomorrow with a collab stream with my friend Ipeko-chan. If you haven't followed yet, and you decided you like my reading, or want to see more of what else I have to offer on my channel, don't be afraid to drop a follow and join the Discord. Stick around for a while, stick around for a bit. I'm gonna find someone to raid out to. Meow, meow. My cat just walked in, begging for attention. I think she wants me to feed her now. I appreciate everyone who dropped in today. We'll continue the story on Wednesday. Let me find see if I want to read out to anyone that I already have online. Or if I want to do a similar category. Okay, some more. VTuber. Da da da. Similar size. Oh. Let's see. Who can I pass everyone off to today? I'm kind of new to the ASMR section, so I don't know anybody yet. I don't think I see anyone reading. Oh, this is so difficult. Let me see. Let me look at this one. Wait for her channel to load. Oh, I don't know. There's so many like large choices. It's always scary to read out to like a larger person, so I try to look for ones that are similar in size to me, but oh, that's ear things. Huh. I really don't know who to go to. Because the only people that I have online right now are very chaotic. Let me see this one. Can't really hear what's going on here. Aw. I don't know. I can't really hear what's going on here either, but that's okay, I guess. I think it's just because my music in the background is drowning her out. You know what? It's always so scary looking for new people to raid that I haven't interacted with. Let's see. Well, not many of you left, but I do still want to raid for someone. So I think I'm too nervous. Why am I so nervous? Alright, whoever is left over here, I think I'm just going to raid out to this person here. Horny on me, is it crazy? Tag. She's doing ASMR with the little ear speakers, the ear mics. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid out there. Whoever is left, please hop on board. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me today. It was very nice to meet all of you. I'll be back again tomorrow, like I said, with my collab stream with iPetco. I'll be streaming every day for the rest of the week. So feel free to pop in whenever you see me online. Okay. I appreciate every one of you very, very much. See you next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.